Thank you very much. Welcome to the second day of the Digital Green Conference here in Berlin, and welcome all the people who are joining us online. We had a really very inspiring first day of the conference yesterday, and I'm really curious to know about all the projects which are presented today at the second day. I would like to introduce myself short because some might be new online here joining the conference. I'm Julia Wissmann. I'm a science journalist and currently I'm hosting a podcast called Science and Politics in Conversation, Wissenschaft und Politik im Gespräch from the Helmholtz Center Potsdam Research Institute for Sustainability. And it deals with sustainability, for example, digitalization and sustainability. Our main issue today is circular economy due to the resource scarcity. Recycling and circular economy, I think, is mandatory. And I think it should be easy because we have a good role model. Nature is based on circular processes. To be honest, my favorite place, not only on earth, but in my garden is my compost heap, because I think it's magic, it's summer magic. Leftovers that we call garbage turn into fertile soil. Microbes decompose these leftovers within 2 weeks or something like that. And the smell, I think, is really good of a compost heap. So what can we learn from nature? That should be also a very important question probably today. And how can we use digitalization for more recycling and resource efficiency? So please welcome our chair for this third session with a warm applause. Dr. Adriana Nelligan has been working for the German Economy Institute in Berlin since 2004. So welcome, Dr. Nelligan. She has been a senior economist for environment, circular economy and sustainability since 2014. From 2004 to 2014, she was a senior researcher at IW Consult. She studied economics at the universities of Augsburg and Valladolid. And where is it? In Spain, of course, and completed her doctorate at Trinity College, Dublin. So thank you for being here and being the chair and giving us a little keynote concerning circular economy. You work as an economic researcher at the interface between science and practice. Looking at circular economy in Germany, where are we positioned at the moment?
Well, a couple of years ago when I started to look into the circular economy issue, I was one of the first ones here in Germany. That was in 2017. Before that, we only looked into waste management, and now we started, well, at this point we started to look at the entire circular economy, starting from design and what can we do after the end of life cycle. So basically that's where it started, where it came from, and nowadays it's on the political agenda. And I was at an event yesterday, that's why I couldn't be here, and at this event there were representatives from the Chancellery Office, there was a representative from the Environmental Office, Environmental Ministry, and the Ministry of Economic Affairs. So it is also here an issue. So all ministries are looking at this agenda. It's on the main agenda, and there's a national strategy that is supposed to go through cabinet at the beginning of December. So we're not just looking at a niche.
Okay. The National Circular Economy Strategy. Yeah. So we cross the fingers that our minority government is passing it.
Well, they told us yesterday that it was going
to
pass. Yeah.
Oh, that's good news. That's very good. And we have an election date since yesterday. Yeah. So, there's hope.
Well, there is hope, and I'm sure there are a couple of people here who also took place in the stakeholder process on the way to the national strategy. So, I hope this is going to come through.
And you mentioned the eco-design directive, for example. Do you think something like that is the step into the right direction?
Yeah, I think we have to start at the design. I'm going to show in my presentation now how important it is to go towards eco-design, because if we don't have the right features in the product, we can't do anything with it afterwards. Like, we have to be able to repair it, to recycle it, to reuse it, etc.
And then you present 4 really interesting projects. Can you tell us a little bit what they aim for?
Well, we've undertaken a couple of surveys, company surveys, and looking at the issue of resource efficiency and circular economy in the context of how can digital tools, how can the digital product passport help to enable circular economy.
Okay, so thank you very much. So your speech now is from Dr. Adriana Nelligan from the German Economic Institute. The stage is yours.
Thanks. So as I was introduced so broadly now, I'm just going to start straight off. So what I'm going to show you now is a couple of snapshots from our surveys, and just to give you an idea what is the status quo in the German economy. And I'm an economist, so I'm always looking at the potential and the ways on how we can do this in a realistic way, and how we can actually get circular business models starting. So at the end of the day, there is still a lot of potential for saving resources, as there's by no means is the potential exhausted. So in a survey we undertook for the German Ministry for Economic Affairs, it showed that every second company believes that it could release further potential if it made optimal use of the technical possibilities. So digitalization could be an important lever at this point. So we asked the companies, that's what you see here on the left, that what savings they were able to undertake in the manufacturing sector over the past 5 years. And in the past 5 years, companies were able to save 6% of their material and 9% of their energy consumption. They were able to make energy savings of 6%, of around 9%. The small 1% shows the contribution of digitalization. We asked the companies in a further question, what was the contribution of digital, and that was only 1%. So there's definitely upward potential here to use digital tools more when it comes to optimize or to save material and energy. We also asked the companies whether they saw further potential. So every second company said they see further potential. In a further question, we asked them, how high do you think is this further potential? And in the manufacturing sector, they told us that there is a further average reduction of 8% that could be realized. So we used this data, and based on the available data on resource consumption in Germany, we could actually calculate a figure which is 10 billion euro, which is around 1% of industrial gross value added. Doesn't sound high, but it is. There is a potential that can be actually still used to save more material and energy. So at the end of the day, this graph looks a bit complicated, but I'm going to lead you through this graph. So at the first, digitalization and resource efficiency go hand in hand. So what happens if we digitalize and if we have data, that makes resource efficiency measurable and potential savings, as I just showed, actually realizable. So successful material saving companies see the benefits of digitalization for resource efficiency from the very beginning. So what this graph shows, and that is kind of, you can see the beige points, and that shows the share of companies that have a high material saving, and it is according to their level of digitalization when it comes to resource efficiency measures, because we had this project on resource efficiency and the role of digitalization as an enabler. So we actually looked at this specific question, and the higher digitalized a company is when it comes to resource efficiency measures, the better they can actually save their material. Yet, even though there are pioneers in saving materials, are also very often pioneers in digitalization, there's still only a few companies that are highly digitalized with many resource efficiency measures. So when it comes to the level of digitalization, we looked at different resource efficiency measures. It is mostly for optimization measures that, like optimizing processes, optimizing energy consumption, etc., that we can actually see high levels of digitalization yet. When it comes to circular economy measures that are a bit more complicated, that needs interaction with other firms, etc., the level of digitalization is much lower. So we already talked about eco-design and the eco-design directive and the national economy strategy. I'm not going to go into deep detail with this graph, but I just wanted to show where we come from. We've had an eco-design directive for many years, which was relevant for energy consumption. But now, with the EU Green Deal and the Circular Economy Action Plan, the European Commission started a whole new kind of initiative, the Sustainable Product Initiative. So with this, we've got a new directive, which is the EU Eco-Design Directive, that also includes a digital product passport. So what does this mean for us? So resource-saving, durable, repairable, and energy-efficient products are now becoming the norm in Europe. And how do we get there? That's the big question now. So many of the projects that are being presented here are part of this process and how we can actually get to this point. So because we have new requirements now, the EU Eco-Design Regulator lays down new requirements for most products, that they have to be durable, that they have to be reusable, upgradable, and repairable. And as there are only a few exceptions, it does apply to basically every firm in Germany, in Europe. So it has always also been decided that we have a digital product passport because we need more transparency. If we want to look at the entire product life cycle, we need information at every point. So this is still being discussed. It has been decided, but the actual implementation is unclear yet. There are certain technical requirements, and there are also ideas on the content-related requirements, but it is still an idea that has to be implemented. So where does the German economy or where does German industry stand when it comes to this issue? Looking at the circular economy readiness first, well, in one survey which we undertook last year, we asked the companies, what are important product features for your product? And what this graph shows is we asked them all the different product features that are relevant for the Eco-Design Directive. At the end of the day, I'm sure when it comes to the delegated acts for each product group, they might not have to fulfill all requirements, but just to have a snapshot, an idea on where companies stand, we asked them all of them. And what it shows is that some relevant product characteristics like durability, longevity, etc., are already strongly developed. This doesn't surprise. This is a classical characteristic of the Made in Germany quality promise. So, but when it comes to repairability, recyclability, reusability, all these issues that are being discussed now in the political context as a real circular economy, there is still more potential here. So it hasn't been in the center of focus in industry yet. But there are a lot of discussions beyond the survey on this issue. So I think the idea of the circular economy still needs to be implemented more as the idea we have to start from design and not only look at the end of the product life cycle, what we do with the materials that are left over. This is also important, but we need to broaden the whole context. So most of you, I'm not sure whether everybody is familiar with the Digital Product Passport. What is the Digital Product Passport? It should include information about the product, such as the manufacturer, the material, characteristics, repair, and disposal options. And what happens is, these are all content related, but it also has to fulfill technical requirements. When we come to the content related information, a digital product passport needs a unique identification because we are talking about millions and billions of products. We need a precise description of the product and its characteristics, and we also need all the relevant, environmentally relevant information for producers, for suppliers, and for consumers. So what this graph shows is we start off with the resources, and they send the resource suppliers sent data on the production. Where was it? Where does it come from, where was it extracted, etc. Then the manufacturer has all this information and can actually receive the raw material information. And then it sends, after manufacturing, the information into this. So if we go on, retail, consumer, repair facility, waste management, the entire product life cycle receives or sends information. This is an ideal world, I absolutely support this idea that we need more transparency. But if you think about the products that we actually produce here in Germany, where we have a lot of intermediate products, we've written a paper on the Digital Product Passport, and I haven't brought this picture, but at the end of the day, we used an analogy of a train. So you have a train, and then all the suppliers bring in their digital product passports for the intermediate goods, and the train gets longer and longer and longer. And what happens with all this information at the end of the day? If somebody is repairing this product, or if something is being taken out when it was remanufactured. So there are a lot of issues. So just to show you the complexity of a digital product passport, it's a very good idea, but it needs to have a realizable solution at this point. So just having explained the Digital Product Passport and how complicated it is, I would like to point out where we stand here in Germany when it comes to data economy readiness. If we want to implement a Digital Product Passport, we need to be able to receive and send data to other companies, etc. We need to digitally store data. We need to manage data, and we need to be able to analyze data. So my colleagues regularly undertake a data economy readiness study where they actually ask firms whether they actually comply to this, whether they're able to actually store data digitally or share data, etc. And the corporate reality is a bit sober because most companies do not meet the requirements to manage data efficiently, because product data is often still stored in an analog form. Many companies do not have a data governance, and on which this is the basis of ensuring the data quality and data integrity and data security. So there are still a lot of issues here. So looking at the graph now, you can see that only a third of the companies are fully data economy ready. There's certainly data economy in partial ways, but when it comes to all these three aspects, it's only a third. And it is, when it comes to larger companies, they're much better prepared than smaller companies. And last but not least, if we want to have a digital product passport, we need to share data. That's something I've mentioned earlier on. The Data Economy Readiness Index shows, I've taken out one question, or two questions, where we asked the companies whether they receive data or deliver data to other firms. And you can see in the graph, no data reception and no data delivery is the majority of the firms. So just we're talking about the digital product passport as a political agenda issue, but we need to take, in particular, the SMEs, the smaller, medium-sized companies with us to get ready for this. They're able to do this. It's just they're not prepared for this yet, and they need to get on the way to happen, to make this. So to finish up, I just want to kind of sum up and link the policy issues with my results. And first of all, we've got very ambitious targets here, and we want to conserve resources, save resources. At the same time, we still need to stay competitive, and the economic situation at the moment is difficult. So we've got a couple of restrictions here. So we need to find the balance between competitiveness and resource conservation. To just kind of sum up what is going to happen. So we have the sustainable product policy at EU level with the eco-design, which is supported by the national circular economy strategy as well. So the aim is the promotion of circular products via public procurement. That's one aim they have. The benefit is if we make circular products as a norm, we'll have an innovation boost by redesigning materials if there are the right incentives there and products for circular use. But at the same time, industry wants to develop their own technologies, etc. And so we need no restricted competition for materials, technologies, and innovation. All difficult points. And we have to be very kind of restrictive when it comes to implementing further regulation, because we need to see that we don't have any conflicts, because we have certain regulation already in, and if we have multiple regulations, then we need to see. It doesn't look like as if the national circular economy strategy is going to have any strict targets. There's only one, that we want to reduce resource per capita consumption to 8 tons per head, but otherwise there are no kind of regulations planned. When it comes to the digital product passport, the aim is to increase market transparency, efficiency, but also, and that's the positive aspect, I think the digital product passport shouldn't be seen as a burden. It should be seen as a chance to enable new business models, because if we have all this data and all this transparency, we can analyze data in a complete new way. So this is something that needs to be stressed, because at the end of the day, who is filling out or filling in a digital product passport? It is the firm, and the firm needs to have a net benefit subject to the implementation costs. There are costs, obviously, because we have to fill in the data, but it has to be, at the end of the day, a net benefit. So, since there's no concrete proposal yet, our institute still wants an implementable, an adaptable solution, a modular solution that we can start maybe with a more modest digital product passport which can be extended. And what we need standardized collection and transfer of information. So using global open standards that companies are already using as the basis is a good prerequisite to get the companies to take part in this. Thank you very much. So I'm happy to act also as a chair for the session using digitalization for more recycling and resource efficiency. So what we're going to do now is we're going to listen to 4 joint research projects which are being funded under the funding scheme Digital GreenTech by the Federal Ministry of Education and Research. So each project has 5 minutes, and there is a small clock for the speakers here that counts down the 5 minutes. I think you've seen this yesterday. I wasn't here, unfortunately, yesterday. So first, I'd like to ask Kia Chouret to come and present first results of SOREC, digitalization of sorting processes for fine-grained metal-containing waste streams. The floor is yours.
Hello, thanks for your warm welcoming, and thank you for everybody coming and joining us today. So, can I see the project? Yep. I tried to finish it in 5 minutes, however, it's a lot to talk about this wonderful project. So we tried to digitize one recycling machine, which is trying to separate the material. So there was some problem with the machine, which was analog, and we wanted to make it more smart, that it can recognize the problem is happening to the machine and itself fix the problem, even though when there are technicians, they are not there, or employees, they are not there, because the machine was working for 24 hours every day, so needed to be digitized and working more efficiently. So the other material we were working on that, they were being separated by the machine. So they were in the size of 1 millimeter to 4 millimeter, and they are a mix of the plastic, aluminum, coppers, and where they are coming from. So these material, they are coming from the cables, from the devices, electronic devices, which were not using anymore or needed to be recycled. So they were kind of destroyed or waste electronic devices. So how we go through this process, the last machine is the machine which we are working on that and we are digitizing it. But this material directly is not coming from this machine. It's coming from the first machine, which it's destroy the material to make it more small, that the separation can be more easy. And then go to the cutting mill, make it more small, and then the screening to make it the sizes that we wanted, and then at the end it comes on the eddy current separator, which we are working on this machine. So that's the cable, and this the second process which make it small, and then this is the machine, and the last image is what we want, to have the material more pure and more accurate. When the recycling is happening, then we can have more pure aluminum without having some plastic or copper inside. Then we can reuse them in the industry again. So the machine has some different components, which is the vibration feed and the drum, magnetic drum, and the conveyor belt. And all these three main components of the machine, they are connected to the control unit, which is manual. So basically, technicians, they needed to be always with the machine and change the speed of these three components with the control unit, which is manual. So we try to digitize the control unit and also find out the problems. When machine can understand the problem is happening, send it to control unit, which we replaced with PLC, that PLC can come to the action and change the speed or turn off the machine or change the action of the different of the component upon of what problem is happening. So the main part of the machine, which is the actual separation is happening, is the magnetic drum. And most of the problems also is happening in that area. For example, we wanted to know that the different speed, it will affect the separation. For example, when the drum, when it's working so fast, the separation is going to be accurate, but it might be so dangerous also, because there would be so much magnetic field, magnetic features in that area, which can make, for example, fire in case if we get iron inside the material. So the area around the magnetic, it was very important for us to see what's going on around there. So we use some sensors to find out the different speed of the vibration belt and the drum. Then we can understand in which speed we can get the best and accurate separation. So the issues would happen in the machine on the belt. For example, we never wanted to have a sharp objects on the belt because it would damage the belt. Or we don't want the big object on the belt because it would disturb the separation, so the accuracy would be gone. Or also the most important, we never wanted to have a small piece of iron on the belt, because when it goes to the drum part, it will stick on the magnetic field and it doesn't let the other stuff goes and the process will stop. And if in that case nobody's around the machine to see what's going on, because the iron is stuck on the belt, if nobody see that, then it can make heat and it can at the end fire the belt. So we try to digitize that part because it would be very dangerous for the society, for the people, for the whole company. So the solution, we try to use the different AI models to find out what's going on, even nobody's there. So this is the image that we took with line scan camera. So the first, one of the images is not clear. So the first image is the setup of the belt. So we try to put so many sensors and cameras, different kinds of cameras, above of the conveyor belt to monitor it first to see, what's going on. And we use the mass-car CNN model to figure out what is the features of the materials. For example, the size, the colors, or the shape. From the different features, we could understand if the size is bigger than the size we wanted, it means that there is something big on the belt which we already defined that it should not be there. Or when we define, for example, the shape of the material, if it's sharp, we can understand we didn't want the sharp material because it's not good for the belt. So we use different cameras, like for example, line scan camera, and since the machine is working so fast, the belt is going so fast, and there were some cameras, they were not enough good to take the image really with good resolution. So we went for line scan camera to see if the belt also is moving so fast, we can still have a good images that we can train them with the model really good. So this is a line scan camera that we try to figure out the shapes and the size. This is the heating camera. We put it above of the belt near the drum area. We can understand how much is the heat. So if the heat it was more than what we wanted, we could understand something is making more heat, more temperature there. So we could understand maybe iron is there that is making heat. So also we installed the PLC above of the control unit. So they are now working with each other. So now we are trying to, this is also digital twins of the project, that at the same time we are working on the digital twin. So what we have done so far, so the PLC installation is over, the AI model is over, the digital twins, we are trying to finish it, and we are now in the level of optimizing the AI model to make it more better till next 6 months.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to do a Q&A session at the end of the 4 presentations. I didn't say that at the beginning. So now I would like to ask Jan Kühlem from Point 8 GmbH, or Point 8 GmbH, I'm not sure. 8, yeah.
Good morning. I want to present to you the current status of the project Kimba, an AI and sensor-based quality management for construction and demolition waste recycling. Shortly, the motivation about the project, why are we doing what we do. Here you can see the construction and demolition waste stream in Germany, which is with around 220 million tons per year, the biggest waste stream we have in Germany. As you can see, most of the material is going to very low value applications, going to landfilling or just groundworks. And our goal with Kimba, we want to improve the treatment process, that more material can go into higher value applications, and thereby we can reduce the need for new material, so we can reuse the material which is already coming from tear down buildings, and we don't have to go to get new material. The setup, what we use is, we have the crusher from our industry partner Klemann. You can see the crusher there at the MAV in Krefeld, another industry partner of ours, and it's already standing there, and I will go to shortly in detail. I hope you can see the bottom here, because there I'll show you the process of the crusher. First we get the input material. As you can imagine, it varies a lot because every building is different, so you'll have a lot of variation in the input. This material, it's mainly concrete, will go into the treatment process. This is containing of the crusher chamber and some sieves or some screens, which will mainly, as you can imagine, crush the material and make it smaller. And then the important part for us, it's the output, because we want to monitor the output, because the particle size of the output is a very, very important parameter for the use of material in higher value applications. So if we can monitor the output and improve the output, we can also make this material available for example, concrete aggregates. How do we do this? We have a sensor system that is monitoring the output material. And with this, we can monitor the output. And also, together with machine data, we will process this data together. So we'll have neural networks, which are, I'll explain to you a little bit later, and also machine data. And with this together, combined, we'll give recommendations for the operator to get the best output out of the current input, so we can have a kind of live system which is improving the process to get the best output and the output we need to use the material. Okay. Yeah, where are we at right now? At the ANTS in Aachen. There is this laboratory scale experiments which these we can use to create data, because we have a 3D LT camera and also a line sensor for the analyzing the material on the belt. And also we can do the calibrations there and create example data or sample data for the training of the neural networks. Another step we are at right now is creating a simulation for the impact crusher, which is basically a digital twin of the material flow. And with this, we can determine unknown parameters in the machine, because we don't get all the parameters we want out of the data, out of the machine data. So we need to simulate to get a better understanding what's happening in there. And we'll also optimize the simulation with the real process data we get from example runs, the MRV. Okay, another focus is the image segmentation, where the DFKI in Kaiserslautern is working on. And you can see at the left, that's sample input data. And if you use a segmentation to get a default model, which is available, you can see that it's not very good at detecting all the particles we need or we see on the belt. So we definitely need to get better, and that's what the DFKI has already been working on. And on the right, you see the developed model, and you can see that we can detect most of the particles in these images, which is the first step of the classification of the output, because in the end, we want to know which material is on the belt at the output. Yes, that's the current state in this. Additionally, we did stakeholder workshops together with the EPIM, another partner in Siegen, from the University of Siegen. And there we work together with the industry to identify the needs, so we don't develop something that's not used, cannot be used by the industry. Also, we can derive additional project requirements and identify obstacles and blockers, because as you can imagine, in the building industry, there's lots about norms and things, and there we have to get all the stakeholders into one table, also external stakeholders, to work with them and identify where maybe changes are needed, where we can use this material better. Also, we can address non-technical aspects, also one part of our research. And yeah, I thank you for your attention and look forward for the questions in the Q&A.
Thank you very much. Now, Dr. Sven Gleich from Vitesco Technologies is going to present us something about the REDUCE project, which is resource-efficient production through human-centered measures. I'm intrigued.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, before I begin, I would to thank you, Dr. Nilligan, for your excellent keynote, actually, because it's somehow supporting the experience which we also face in industrial production. I can tell you, we start to save energy and resources, but as you mentioned, basically most of the people, they do not know how much do they consume. They just use it and they have no idea how much energy actually is used. All right. In our research approach, we want to combine a technical, digital, and human-centered approach to support humans on the shop floor act resource efficient. Therefore, there are several partners. You have seen them already maybe on the slide. And our aim is to develop a human-centered energy management and information system. I will now tell you the step where we are, or the steps where we are, and give you at the end some outlook. The end user in our case is an automotive supplier. It's with a highly specialized serious production. There is a vast of manufacturing processes, from assembly, welding, cleaning processes, also cutting tools, and so on. The average energy consumption per year is 35 megawatt hours. And when we were in search for a pilot area, this is a quite huge plant, we were led by the 3 questions. Do we have an alternating production there? Do we have manual operator activities? That means, are they influencing some of the production? Do they have the chance to? And finally, do we have equipment there which is in a similar way existing in other areas? So we have also the chance to transfer our results. The first or one of the first pillars is that we have to acquire data. Data acquisition is one of the main parts, and therefore we used an own developed device, which maybe the most important key aspect is that it can send the data directly to the cloud, where we then do the further processing. We have several stages then in the cloud processing itself. It's the management of the devices. It's also collecting the energy data, fluid data, gases, natural gas, and so on, what we consume. Finally, apply a business logic, so-called lambda functions, and at the end, the storage of the data itself in data buckets to make them centrally available. Now let's have a short look on the pilot area. This, what you see here is a testing line. The onload, this is at the bottom. There is usually a human interacting with the line itself. It's feeding injectors on the line, and then we have 4 testing stations, station 50 to 80, which are doing the 100% injector test. Every module has a peak energy consumption of 18 kilowatts. And overall, we have currently installed 16 sensors at this line, and the data then is available for further visualization and operation. What we figured out so far is that we have an energy consumption approximately between 500 and 1,200 kilowatt hours per 1,000 pieces produced. In parallel to our data activities, we had also a comprehensive work at the shop floor describing the process itself. We therefore used interviews with the persons which are working there. We had focus groups interviews. We have a description of the process from the standards itself. And finally, this led us to the ability design a conceptual model, which its main part is a so-called decision tree. By using this, we give the people the possibility to act according to our needs, in this case, to be resource efficient. Now we are at the point where we have on one hand data, and on the other hand we have a model itself. So now we want to combine them and also bring it to the people itself, to the humans, which are in the center of our project. So therefore we need somehow a visualization. We used a framework, and by using so-called narrative design tools, we transferred this data into a user perspective to see different role models and how they receive or achieve the data and how they can then react getting the data themselves. That means we created several user journeys. What you see here is only a small excerpt, and I would like to invite you to the poster session afterwards if you're interested in more details in that process. So now, let me give you an outlook and some of the potential we already identified. The pilot area is in the blue square, which you see here, consisting of this testing line, which I already was describing. There are 4 stations, and we have around this area in the yellow or orange rectangles additional 25 stations which have a similar equipment. That means we can probably apply also approach on that lines. You see already here that we have a saving potential identified of 6.8 tons CO2 equivalents per line, which is quite a lot in this context. And the next steps will be that we align with the shop floor and the technicians about switch on and off conditions. Finally, also implement the visualization on the shop floor. And then we are able, after those 2 steps, to evaluate our solution and do also assessment of the transferability, which mentioned at the beginning. I would like to thank you, BMBF, supporting our research work, and also thank you for your attention today.
So our final talk is going to talk about compost, which is the moderator's favorite topic again. So Nico Domerat from Fraunhofer Gesellschaft zur Förderung der angewandten Forschung is going to talk about the project DigiCompost, development of a decentralized IoT sensor system for AI-supported management of composting plants. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to take you by the hand and show you what we've developed during the course of the last year in DigiCompost. DigiCompost, nomen est omen. We are the digitizing compost hives and heaps, but not the compost that you might have in mind in your backyard. It's more commercial compost facilities. And the challenge here is that actually there's no obligation to digitize this project or this kind of facility yet. But due to the fact that decomposting is a process of biology and breaking down materials, there is a significant greenhouse gas emission potential, which can be reduced or moderated by properly timed interventions. But in order to do so, you have to have data in hand to have a glimpse what is happening in the biological process. So to make it easier for you to understand, there is a big pile of organic material which is usually composted, as you know it from your backyard. And currently the facilities are only obliged to keep records about the materials that go in the process and the materials and the quality that comes out of the process, plus some temperature data to ensure that the materials are properly hygienized. Most of the time the facilities are quite remote, which means that usually they barely have access to digital infrastructure, which is a challenge for us to bring the data into the cloud to allow the AI to do something for us. So the first thing that we did is basically do a macro approach. So in the end, we want to develop a lens that is very easy to inject it into the compost hive. But as a first approach, we started to do the macro approach. So we gained our own data. So we have data, real-time and real-life data, which is already connected to the digital infrastructure. So over there, you can see that we are already shooting data packages into the cloud. So the first bottleneck is solved, and so the second one is to be tackled. So after having something that is rather huge, lab-like setup, we have to build our own hardware, which means that we have a prototype lens that is now ready to be injected into compost hive. That's a rather tough environment, so it's hot, there are a lot of organic acids, and you need a strong person to push the lens into it, because the total length of the lens is approximately 2 meters. So you can do that by a lot of muscle force, or you can do that by speed, of course. So there's a lot of mechanical stress to the lens, but we also managed to have a lens that has a miniaturized temperature sensors, gas analyzing tools, plus some electronics, power supplies, and some data mining tools that basically create the data packages to be sent into the cloud. And yeah, what we are now trying to develop and to make it a system that is now actually doing something for us is the data aggregation and modeling tool. Here you can see that there is a certain structure and process already given, but this is basically an outlook of what we are aiming for the next year. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to get your questions afterwards.
I'd like to ask all the other speakers to come up and sit with me. So we've heard about 4 really interesting projects. Being an economist and using usually just data and statistics, I thought it was really interesting to see all these photos showing real products, real materials. So thank you very much. Are there any questions? So we have Sorek, Kimba, Reduce, and DigiCompost. Yes, it's a microphone coming.
It's on? I don't know. Yeah. As I learned yesterday in the afternoon workshop that it's very important for non-technical people to understand how you work together, so like the team building, and also how AIs work. So how do you already incorporate this into your projects?
Well, it's for anybody, I think, who's using it. Yeah, exactly. Who wants to start? Yeah.
No issue. First of all, we are probably one of the projects which does not use AI in our context. But of course, we are working together. We are using several tools to collaborate. And since we are also at different towns located, we mostly use, and for our data, which we acquire on the shop floor, we have to use, like mostly people do here, the cloud access. We using, and the devices which I have shown, they are not sending this data in a source format. They are using certificates on the device saved to then scramble, or let's say to cipher the transaction. I don't know if this is answering your question, but concerning yesterday, I was also attending the workshop, and we were talking about data security and so on. Those measures are already, in our case, implemented, since we know, maybe some of you have heard that somebody said data is the new oil. So this is very important for us to make this data safe, and to keep it, and to take appropriate measures.
Yeah, I think about collaborating, because we also work in different cities. In the project, we have our project meetings regularly, and I think it's also important that you also meet in smaller groups, discussing more into detail what you want, what the next steps are, or exactly on specific topics, and there go very into detail, into planning, what are the how to exchange data, what's the formats, and we have to go work together regularly and very into detail, that not one party is producing something that the other can't use. So I think that's how we do, and also we have the project meetings regularly where we meet in person. Yeah, and for explainable AI, I think we also won't use very, very sophisticated, very complex models, but we use specifically AI, for example, for image segmentation. So this is a smaller part of the project and not like for everything. And there you can definitely control or check if the AI is doing the right thing with test data and all this. So I think there we can understand quite good what the AI is doing and control it.
Yes, and also our plan basically from the first day was to use AI, because recycling, especially in material like aluminum, copper, is not really healthy for people who are working there. So the plan completely was to digitize it, not to reduce the people who are working there, not to just make it more healthy and efficient. And also the data we are producing, that was a really interesting and specific custom data that it was not exist at all in Google, for example. So we wanted to produce our own data that later other people, they can also adopt this data and just use it in other projects if they want, or if they want to improve this our project for more level it up in next some years, they can have the basic data that we already produce for them. Yeah.
Are there any other questions?
I have a question. Can you turn on my Microphone, yeah. Thank you very much. Dr. Musa from the Federal Ministry of Education and Research and Education suggested yesterday that you should imagine to be in an elevator pitch when you might meet a decision maker. So could you please do an elevator pitch and don't tell about what you're doing, but what's the impact of your research project? That's a journalistic question so far. I'm sorry for that, but I think it's it helps probably to understand more what's the impact of your research project in the end.
Who wants to start?
I can start. I think it's easy for me because it's the first slide of my presentation. Basically, as you saw, that most of the material is just dumped somewhere, and you need new material to build new buildings. And our goal is that you don't have to use new material, it's endless resource. So with our project we can reuse the material that's already there, and just by improving the process of treatment we can then reuse this and build new buildings from this scrap material.
All right, in an elevator pitch I would probably tell the manager, then when our project is finished, then you will be able to go to the shop floor and ask anybody at the shop floor and ask them about energy consumption and reduction, and they give you a concrete answer based on figures.
DigiCompost is helping to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from biological decomposting processes.
So for us, basically it was to reduce the expenses and use them again in the industry. But my personal opinion about this project was always thinking about make it more safe for people who are working there, because most of us, when we are living in the society, we are not seeing that part of the industry that who are working there. So the air or the noise or the dust, so because it's not our everyday working there, so that part of the industry, I guess, is hidden from the rest of us. So the plan, of course, it was to save the resources and reuse them and reduce the expenses and make it more cheap. But my personal idea, it's always thinking about, aside of that, I have to first think of how to save people's life, because all of us, we are the same. So everybody has some family. So for me, it was very important to make this machine digitized and make it more efficient for everybody, for everything. Yeah.
Thank you.
That was a very long elevator.
It was a high building.
A very high building. But
So
interesting.
There was another question here.
So it's also a question for all of you. What's your lesson learned from your first year? Maybe what's something that did not work out the way you planned, or something you would tell somebody starting a same project, some similar project, to plan differently?
What I would do in another project probably is to start involving people earlier, which are necessary for the project. Not only the partners itself, of course, but in our case we have quite huge production floor, and as earlier you start to involve people there, since you need them in our case to act, to acquire data and so on, IT department and other people in the production floor, the more chance you have first fulfill your plan, and secondly you have more time to convince them what you do, because usually I wouldn't say they are not interested, but usually their daily task is another one. So you have somehow to try to convince them, please support me, please help us, and make your a part of the project.
I think for me it would be even more communication, or also, although we did a lot of talking what we want to do and how we do it, because we all come from kind of different worlds. If you imagine a recycling facility versus a data science company, it's very different. So we have to align on a lot of things. For example, yesterday I gave that example with in the sessions with Microsoft and Linux, that the camera we bought is only, or we can only be used on Windows, and we wanted to program on Linux, and so we have to align. We can solve it, but still that things that came up because of the different contexts each company is in. And I think it's very good for learning too, because everyone will learn and see the sides of each field, which is quite good. But it would have been faster if you communicate even more and understand that there's so much differences.
I do agree with both of you, because yes, communication, and also I would say I would also integrate people more early, because when we wanted to use AI, for example, first we needed to know the machine very well, so we needed to communicate with the technician, with that part of industry first, to see how is this machine first is working, and now we want to make it digital, or we want to make the digital twins of that. So first, before bringing AI and technology and IT, we need first to go to that industry and talk to those people. And also, I also learned in this project, when it starts, maybe before writing the proposal, we need to already write email or for ordering the equipment, because it take quite a long time. That when you order equipment, like for example, likeness and camera, it took around 6 months to reach to us. So it's, I guess we need to think about the equipment very, very early, that we can make everything on time, that we don't have to run, and it takes a bit, us in the challenging. So, yes.
Things that work good for us, we have the comfortable situation that we have a product-based development. So you can do the salami tactic, slice it down, give roles to everybody. It's being showed 1 year, we have an MVP, that's super good, works well. Maybe learning is not so much for me, because I'm a horticulturalist. For me it was clear. But for the data people, that it's a biological process, and there are a lot of unknown parameters, and that's quite challenging. But again, since we developed this nice salami and rolls, it's very easy that each and every partner informs the others and communicates, okay, what is going to happen, how can we conquer the situation, and how can we fill the gaps.
Are there any other questions? The microphone, please, here.
Thank you so much. I've got a follow-up question for DigiCompost, because you mentioned CO2 emission reduction. Did you already make a first estimation how large that would be per site, and maybe also for whole Germany, if your approach is being taken over in all of the sites in the country? Thank you.
You found a weak spot, because we have a product-based development with an ambitionistic time frame. That means that we went for the low-hanging fruits. So we have different kind of composting facilities, and we went for the nicest material metrics that you can have, which is green clippings. So there is not so much emissions to be expected, but it's also a nicer environment for the sensor, and you don't have so much hickories, so to say, in the process. But now that we have a sensor that is tough enough to conquer also matrices, other matrices like the Specki toner, we will definitely see that there is situations where there is simply not enough oxygen in the process, and then you not only have CO2 emissions, we will also see methane, which is even a tougher nut to crack. So the main focus that we have now is to identify tipping points in the process, so to be able to give you an alert on your mobile that there might, with the forecast of the weather and the compostation process, that there might be anaerobic environment in between the next 3 to 5 years. So it's now the time to do a mechanical intervention to bring oxygen into the process, and then we can see, okay, what happens if you get the alert, and what happens if you would do business as usual, and then we will see the gap and can answer your question precisely.
I think there's a follow-up
remark on that. We would be happy to support you in first calculations, because as you know, as part of the Net Digital GreenTech project, we will be doing the self-evaluation of potentials for savings. In that respect, you can count on our support as your co-institute.
Awesome. We should play cards afterwards.
I think this is the main aim of such a meeting, networking and talking about what you're doing. I think it's really interesting that you're actually mentioning the human centrism, that we are not only just doing AI and getting rid of people, but that we need people and society to get in. And I have a question. Do you think you've gotten that it is for society an acceptable project or aim you're targeting very often when it comes, you know, you're saying you're far away from everybody, like your pictures showed you, the institution is far away from the village, etc. So is this an issue in one of your projects, that you have a lack of acceptance, whether it is for employees or for society in general?
I have the microphone, so I will just keep it. Yes and no, because we are hiding in the bushes, so nobody sees actually the AI working. But the companies that do the compostation processes are a little bit afraid of being transparent, because they know that they have greenhouse gas emissions, and they are a little bit afraid to show or that there might be an authority that give them the obligation to show them the numbers behind. That's the only thing that we have. Other than that, everybody sees it as a very nice tool to work with.
Okay.
Like unusual battle for microphones heard today. Well, we face actually both aspects. We have people which are convinced by what we are doing, but we also have people that say, well, why should I save resources and energy? It's not my money. I'm just working here, and if I save energy or not, it does not pay out for me. I get the same salary every month. So this is what are also harder not to crack for us, to convince people that also not at your home where you see it probably every month how much you consume, then you have to pay, but also on company level that we are like also supporting this initiative, because the industrial sector is a big, we use a big amount of energy actually. So that's why we also have to take measures to reduce it and to show them to the people too which are working there.
Thank you.
Yeah, not an answer directly to a question, because I think most people don't think about what's happening if a building is demolished and then what's happening with the material. I think that's nothing that's really concerning society as a whole. But what's really interesting, or maybe some are, but I think most, yeah. But what's really interesting was if you get the people who are working in this industry on one table, it was really interesting, because where we had a stakeholder meeting and you saw that if you get the people, all the one who's demolishing the building, the one who's getting the buying then the material, the one who's recycling, and then the one who's building or creating new material, there you saw that if you get them on a table, you find solutions that none of the single actors or stakeholders would be able to do. And that was a really interesting insight. If you just get them together and see like, oh, there's a really big and seamless for every single person, like it seems impossible to solve this problem, but as soon as you get them to one table and discuss, you see that solutions emerge, and there's one person saying, yeah, if you would do this, then I could use this material better, and the person saying, yeah, that's easy, it's simple for me. And that was, I think, a very good or cool thing to see, that our project is relevant for this industry and for the people that work with these materials. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. For me, the experience I had with the machine, because I was the one who was actually working with the machine every day. So there were two technicians, and they were always helping me. So there was nobody actually to give me the negative feedback that we don't want this, or this is not a good technology. But interesting was they didn't know what is the technology about. So I had to let them know, okay, we are doing this, it's gonna happen like this. So, and they were like, so it can happen that the belt will be digitized, or the RAM will be like this. So they didn't know about the technology, but when I let them know, they didn't have any negative expression about this technology. However, I can also say when the AI come to the picture, still the technicians, they are gonna be needed always there. So AI, it's making it smart, but human, they have memory. So technician, they know still more than the AI. So it's not going to be reduced.
Well, thank you very much. I think this is a good way to finish up this round, that AI is going to be part of our kind of new processes and our way of manufacturing and recycling, etc. But we still need the people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for getting up so early.
Thank you very much for introducing us to your projects. We learned about 14 research projects from the BMBF research funding measure, Digital GreenTech, and it was really interesting. And you have time to mingle and to network now with your posters in the coffee break. I think the posters will be there the whole day, so there's opportunity to get to know and to discuss your project. Thank you very much for listening. We have a coffee break now and meet here again at 10:10. So have a good coffee break.
man da nicht noch? Test. Also rot leuchten oder? Okay. Aber man hört noch nichts. Ne? Test, Test, Test. Test. 1, 2, 3. Hört man jetzt was? Test, Test.
Bei dir kommt aber kein Pegel an. Beim Hänger aber schon. Aber wenig.
Soll ich lauter sprechen?
Das sollte nicht das Problem sein.
Das funktioniert nicht. Also man hört. Ja, das Singen funktioniert an sich, aber. Also doch.
Die Moderatorin dazu nehme, dann kommt ja was an.
Ganz kurz. Aber es würde vielleicht mit Mikro gehen, ne? Sonst würde ich am Ende das dann so machen, dass die.
Wenn sie dran lassen, wir tauschen nur den.
Mich dann ausloggen oder? Ist schon. Okay, perfekt.
Jetzt haben wir so?
Test, Test, ja. Dankeschön.
Genau. Also wir warten noch da drüben.
hier haben wir die E5, wenn ich richtig... Genau, das hier. Aber dann ist das die...
Ganz wie das Headset hier.
Aber kommt auf der 6 an.
Jetzt am Ende, wenn ich dann wieder die mache, dann die Preisverleihung. Dann werde ich verkabeln und dann. Genau. Eins, zwei, drei.
It's time. This Digital Green Conference. So we are really fond of presenting 20 awardees of the Digital Green Talent Award later. But now we come to a really interesting panel discussion about the international perspectives on digitalization and sustainability. And my dear colleague Maja Denisova from the German Informatik Society will lead this panel discussion. So a warm applause for Maja Denisova. We will talk later, and you will present your panelists. So have a good discussion.
International perspective. It's too loud? Okay. Maastricht, Barcelona, and Santiago de Chile, where you worked as project manager at the German-Chilean Chambers of Commerce, and since 4 years, you are the project lead at Chambers for Green Tech at the German Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Could you tell us about the mission of the Chambers for Green Tech and how it contributes to the export initiative for green technologies?
Thank you. Does it work? Okay. So thank you very much for having me today. I'm really excited to be here, and I've already learned a lot about your project. Chambers for Green Tech, we are part of the Export Initiative Environmental Protection by the German Federal Ministry for Environment. And our mission is to internationalize German green tech. But our aim is not to just export and just sell German products abroad, but also to build local framework conditions that really lead to change in those countries and that really lead to more environmental protection in the countries we're working with. We're working mainly with developing countries or emerging markets, so a lot of projects in Latin America, in some countries in Asia, and also in Africa. Currently we have a lot of projects. And we always work together with the German chambers abroad, which are the German Chambers of Commerce. And this is a network around the world of institutions that are established, and a lot of them have been there for more than 100 years, and they have a very strong local network. So what we do at Chambers for Green Tech is we coordinate the projects, but they are implemented at the chambers internationally. And this really allows us to build capacities in the countries, because we can reach the right actors and we have the right network, and so we can positively influence the framework conditions in basically three main fields of work, which are circular economy, water technologies, and green hydrogen in decentralized applications. So yeah, it's always a lot of information. So who are we working with? Where are we working? But I hope this gives a little bit of an overview. It's basically a lot of capacity building and exchange of know-how between actors from Germany and the countries we're working with.
Thank you. And Sebastian, you are leading the global portfolio and business development team in the water and wastewater department at Siemens. So you work closely with local sales teams across different regions. Could you share a bit about what your day-to-day responsibilities look like in this role?
Sure. First and foremost, thanks for having me. In my daily job, me and my excellent team are working actually with the different salespeople in the regions, so from the Americas region, EMEA region, to the Asia-Pacific region, and as well with the different business units where we have our portfolio located in, to develop solutions that enable a more resilient, more efficient, and obviously also a more sustainable water and wastewater sector. And there we see some differences, obviously also across the different regions, and how these technologies, be it digitalization, be it electrification, or also automation, can be deployed to tackle these challenges in water and wastewater.
And you said you see differences. Could you tell about a specific experience you remember very well that stood out?
Yeah, I think that it really depends also a bit on where you are in the on the globe, and then the related challenges. So if you're looking more into the Middle East, Eastern area, you obviously face quite some challenges related to water scarcity and securing secure water supply. There's a lot about things like desalination or also leakage monitoring and detection, and really securing the secure supply with water and high quality drinking water. If you look at other regions, for example also in the UK, they are really doubling down now on the wastewater side, having tremendous challenges with incompliant discharges, especially during heavy rain events, which due to the climate change gets more and more an issue. You read basically from month to month about news related to heavy rain events, and how to mitigate such challenges. There we work on solutions to tackle that.
It's very interesting insights, I imagine. Thank you. And Ms. Benita, you began your career in India with a master's in environmental science. What inspired you in the first place to pursue research in the field of environmental science?
I wasn't expecting that, but very interesting, and I'm thinking about it now.
Let's go.
Yes, I completed my master's, and I worked for some time in sustainability in the beginning, back in India. It was very nascent stage, very, very nascent. And I have seen almost 15 to 17 years of this whole thing of sustainability and how the tables have turned now. Because of the regulatory changes. At the beginning, it was not as interesting or as active as it is today. After working for some time in the industry, I felt I want to do research and understand more of what I am actually doing. I gained a different perspective. When you are into research, the way you look at things is very different from the way you look at it when you are in the corporate world. But with that experience of understanding research, understanding sustainability, and again, I am into the corporate world, and now when I utilize that same experience, I'm so happy with what I do at the moment. So.
That's great. And to go back to your research, in 2010 you have been awarded the GreenTalents Award for this. So how was your experience doing the research at the United Nations University in Bonn during your research stay?
as I said, taking the PhD, when I started doing a PhD, it was not very supported. I already had a job, everything was functioning fine, and then you go into a PhD, which is no money making that time. It wasn't. But everything changed for me. It was my career completely changed. I got this opportunity to be at the Green Talents Award, which further gave me an opportunity to conduct a research stay, and I was selected at the United Nations University based out of Bonn. I saw how the international culture of work is, how people collaborate, what is that people look at. So the way we do research in India is very different from the way research is done in Germany. And this perspective was very important for me. It helped me understand, if I want to go international, what is the way in which I need to think, how should I present myself, how should I write, how should my CV look, a very basic thing. How people here talk, how people here do not micromanage, and I have to do everything on my own. So these were many things which I learned at UNU in Bonn.
Thank you. So a lot of soft skills next to the actual academic part. Okay. And Sebastian, you already mentioned a few regions where Siemens is working on. What would you say are the technologies you're mostly working on? Are there any specific emerging technologies you think hold the most potential for addressing these challenges?
Yeah, so like looking at the Siemens portfolio, we are coming strongly from an electrification and an automation world. But I think especially digital technologies are a key enabler, and this is also what me and my team are really focusing on. How can we deploy different types of digital technologies to tackle the challenges in water and wastewater? For example, looking at digital twins and simulation software used to optimize processes for sewage treatment plants to accelerate the net zero transition in wastewater, or also to use, for example, Gen AI tools to do a future-proof design of desalination plants. And then obviously looking at water infrastructure, which is quite distributed, looking beyond the plants actually, their IoT technology and combined with AI is a real value driver. But digitalization and digital technologies are always only an enabler to tackle a specific challenge, be it related to efficiency and or resilience, or then basically sustainability, be it resource efficiency or the energy transition.
Thank you. And Claire, do you work on the Chambers for Green Tech with similar technologies, or is it very different?
Yeah, so as I said, we work mostly on improving framework conditions, and yes, water is a big field for us, but maybe I will talk a little bit about circular economy as well, because I think it hasn't been mentioned so much, and it's a big topic for us. So one thing we are looking at is when countries want to change the regulations and their laws on circular economy, and we see that this is a huge field also, and there's a lot of change happening. There's a lot more talk about circular economy in the different markets, and there are a lot of countries trying to introduce, for example, EPR laws. So we see that there's a big potential, but we also see that there's a lot of data missing there, and there's not enough information oftentimes to know like where actually does the opportunity lie for technologies, for example, because a lot of countries do not really know what their waste fractions are, what their waste streams are, what their waste amounts are, because they're not measuring it or they don't have reliable and new data. So I think there's also a very, very big opportunity, and that's why we're also focusing a lot on this topic, because so many countries are not managing their waste efficiently.
So to first have more transparency in where everything goes, and then
exactly for this field to really grow, we really need to have more data, and because you cannot make a decision on what to invest. Do you need like for example, an automated waste sorting plant, or do we have enough waste for that to go in? So this information and this data is really important.
So I believe it's a big task for the future as well. And Benita, you also working in this sector, do you see any intersections with your current work at KPMG, what the others described?
Yes, very much. So I work into all of these. I help various companies to comply to the CSRD requirements, the Corporate Sustainability Directive by the EU Commission, and it covers all of these aspects. So you talk about circularity, and yes, companies are looking at it differently, or I would say we also try to direct them to look at things differently. So when we talk about circularity, we ask them questions like, how would you rate your product as compared to your peers when we talk about circularity? So look at aspects such as repairability, refurbishment, various aspects where you can extend the lifespan of your products. And companies need to focus. They need to start looking if they want to comply to it. Also talking about water, Sebastian was talking, I also work with companies to look at similar things about what is your consumption, what is your discharge, how you can reduce it. Water withdrawals, I appreciate my experience that comes from Asia. Here I realize people are not as aware about the production processes as I see most of the production for companies in Germany comes from Asia. It can be India, Pakistan, Cambodia, China. And because I have seen the plants, I have seen them working, bringing this experience to them is being really helpful. Like companies themselves don't know how things are produced for them back in Asia. And when I bring it to them, bring this knowledge to the table, clients are looking at it, thinking at it, and taking actions.
And you work with also very international clients in different projects?
Yes, I unfortunately do not speak a lot of Deutsch, and all my clients are English speaking, spread all across Europe, US, and Canada.
And would you say there are big differences in which markets it's already very advanced, this knowledge that we need transparency, and where it isn't?
Very interesting to see. So EU CSRD, the first time companies will be reporting next year, 2025, will be the first time they will come out with their reports. India has a similar thing. This will be their 4th year when the companies will come out with the report. Very same thing. And this experience has also been very helpful for me because I did the same thing in terms of India back home and experiencing the same questions. The client says, how will the report look like? I don't know, we all will see together, something like this. So there I saw companies are very interested in having policies in place and targets in place and actions in place. In Germany, it is difficult for me to convince a company to have a policy in place. But they say, which is also very right, I understand what they say, we are in Germany. We meet all the regulatory compliances. I don't need a policy to prove that if I am able to function without being fined, I'm doing everything that is required to be done. I don't need a written paper to prove that. But the standard asks that now, so we are directing them to at least have something. But these various perspectives are very helpful, very interesting for me to work on.
Okay, interesting, thank you. And we're already talking about challenges, so Sebastian, scaling up water projects internationally is, I guess, not a small task. What would you say are the main challenges Siemens faces when expanding water solutions?
Yeah, I would see it as an entire ecosystem for the water sector. For sure, their funding is a critical challenge for deploying especially digital solutions. I think the World Bank estimated 114 billion investment gap to reach the UN SDG 6, so the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal related to secure access to water and sanitation. The second one, from my perspective, also looking at digital technologies, is then basically also the adoption. The water sector faces some challenges of adopting new technologies, be it not 100% clear guidance and regulatory framework, or be it very usual aspects that we face in other industries as well, data silos and things like that. But third, and I think this is the most critical challenge, is also, and that's why I'm happy to be here, is having the digital talents. Especially the water and wastewater sector sees some shortage of digital talents to actually deploy such kind of solutions, especially if we look at the fragmented water and wastewater sector with a lot of small sized companies that just don't have the capabilities to deploy such solutions. And I think this is really something that we need to tackle here.
So I understand that we need more recruiting strategies for water. If any one of you is interested to switch the industry.
Can only underline it. So to all the talents, consider a career in water.
And Lea, what would you say are the biggest hurdles that green tech companies face when trying to expand abroad?
So yeah, I would agree. There's this problem of also specialized or skilled workers available. So because we start with framework conditions, but in the end, of course, we want also German companies, or in general the companies, to be able to establish themselves in new markets. And we see a lot that there's not enough capacity building for skilled workers. So that's a big topic. And then when it comes to the regulations, which are important also to have predictability, to have stability, it's also a big topic that also in the public sector, the let's say the turnover rate in ministries or in technical staff in the authorities is really high in a lot of countries. So I think here when we have a change of administration, normally the changes are limited to the political personnel, but in a lot of countries the changes go really to the technical staff. A whole ministry will lose a lot of stuff and change a lot of stuff. So when you're building capacities and then after 2 years you have a whole new administration, you lose a lot of skills. And I think that's a big challenge we're facing. So how to make this capacity building sustainable so we can have on the long term the regulations that we need in place. And then I think also sometimes when people talk or think about sustainability or about green tech, they think about reducing emissions, about renewable energy. And I think there are a lot of aspects to it that are not so much talked about here and in the countries we're working in. So I think circular economy, people think about, oh, okay, I'm separating my waste, so this could be something I could do, but everything that comes behind the product, I think it's so invisible to so many people that it doesn't get the attention it needs. And I think if that's also a challenge sometimes, that there's not so much awareness as we think for the implications.
Yeah, I agree. Also visible with the current AI debate that we don't really, a lot of people don't know what is behind and all the servers, and it's all just digital online. And would you have any advice for companies that want to go abroad, what they should avoid, common pitfalls, or how it could help?
So, of course, firstly, I would recommend to contact the Auslandshandelskammer and the HKs, which are the German chambers internationally, because they can support a lot when it comes to do's and don'ts in the market, culturally, but also economically, and also with the contact network, and which actors do I really have to address if I want to get into this market, especially if you're like a smaller company that might not be as established or not be as known. The backing from the chambers can help to give you trust, I think, that the local actors trust that you're a reliable partner and they're interested in working with you, but also to reach the right partner. So I think this would be one thing. And then I think oftentimes it's important to have a bit of more of a long-term strategy also, because there are a lot of markets that have huge potentials, but they're long-term. It's not going in and saying, oh, we have the solution, but really often it's also, there's a lot to learn from other countries as well. We are not necessarily the most advanced and the most knowledgeable in green tech generally or in digitalization. So to really meet on an eye-to-eye level and be open to adapt to the local context and to learn from local talent and involve the actors and the network that you need.
Thank you. This goes very well with next quote. I wanted to read from your biography on the Green Talents website. You write, Benita, that programs like Green Talents play a key role in bridging the North-South divide and facilitate a better understanding of each other's perspectives, challenges, and expertise. We already briefly spoke about how it impacted your career, but based on your experience with the whole award process, what would you say are the most valuable aspects of such initiatives?
So the Green Talents initiative is definitely, I'm sure it has been proven to be useful, because I myself know many colleagues who have had collaborative programs wherein they work together with academic institutions here. I also know colleagues who have collaborated in terms of industry and brought in products as well as technologies from outside in as well as inside out. So definitely it's a wonderful platform where you bring in so many different aspects of sustainability together. So the soft skills, the hard skills, the technical aspects. Plus, it's like a very interesting springboard wherein it is facilitated in a way where you make it easier for them to connect with various institutions, give an opportunity also in terms of funding, so wherein they are allowed to come here for 1 week. It has changed now, but for us, we were able to come to Germany for 1.5 weeks and meet universities and academic institutions, research institution, companies in person, and discuss with them in person, okay, yes, what you're doing is interesting to me, this is my research, how do you understand that I'm a good fit? And it's an exceptional opportunity. In my life, I would not be able to do this, I think, without the Green Talents program. I'm here, I understand the culture, I was able to bring my family here, and it's a win-win for both of us. So I think it's an excellent program to bridge this gap.
Thank you. And Lea, you said you're also going into the other countries and support with the help of the AHK. Can you give us an example of a recent project you participated in? How did it look like?
Okay, yeah. So our projects, they are not like, we don't have a standardized project where we say, okay, it's always this. Every project is kind of tailor-made for the market that we're going in and with the partners that we're working with. But one example could be an online training that we did, an e-learning together with the AHK in Bolivia and together with the Frankfurt School of Finance. That is an e-learning on green finance, sustainable finance. So how can countries in Latin America or in Bolivia specifically really finance green projects, and what are the mechanisms, what are the options, and what's different to not like the normal project financing. And this was very successful, and we have expanded this to other countries of the region. It's been implemented by the AHKs, also in Chile, in Colombia, I think most of South American market now, and we're also currently translating it to Portuguese. But we're also doing other things. So we have a lot of platforms where to exchange knowledge between German actors and local actors. We have had projects where we do job shadowing. So, for example, Kenyan and Tanzanian water specialists came to Germany and saw how their counterparts in Germany do their job here, and they could take away some learnings from that, but also workshops on on EPR, for example. So a new EPR scheme, what does it mean for a company? What is EPR? What does the company have to do now to comply with its obligations? So,
thank you.
A couple of examples.
Thanks. And Sebastian, from your experience, what role would you say is digitalization playing internationally and in Germany, if you compare like the projects that you have?
Yeah, now looking again a bit to the water and wastewater sector, obviously, I think there are some differences between different regions. Naturally, some regions like Singapore, to name a specific country, or also the Middle East, are quite advanced in implementing also the regulation and implementing initiatives to accelerate the digitalization. But like if you look at Germany, I think it's not so much, especially also in the European Union, it's not so much a difference between the countries, even if, for example, it's not in the EU anymore, UK, but they are really doubling down there to drive innovation. But looking at the European continent, I think there are not too many differences between the countries. It's rather going to the difference between larger utilities, larger companies, if you look also at the industrial water sector, versus the smaller and medium-sized ones. And then obviously there are some measures like the PERTE in Spain or the equivalent in Italy that are really driving the deployment of digital technologies in the water and wastewater sector. I think there's no such a version in place for Germany, but if you look at the maturity of digital adoption, there are quite similar status across the different countries in at least the European continent.
Thank you. Lea, how is it for the circular economy? If you look from the international projects that you have with the Chambers for Green Tech, where does the digitalization is already playing a big role and where not that much?
So in our case, we basically look at countries where it doesn't play such a big role yet, because we're looking at markets that are a bit like let's say, not yet the most attractive markets, but more where you're really missing the framework. So, of course, we see a lot of markets where it doesn't, like digitalization and circular economy doesn't play a big role yet. I think it's also because it's often countries where the cost of labor is quite low. So, automizing or digitalizing certain processes is still not so interesting. Because you have cheap labor available. But of course we also see that that there are huge differences, but as we heard today, I mean, even in Germany, there's a lot of potential to merge these two topics more, and then I think it was 1% of more resource efficiency in German companies due to digitalization. So I think it's actually a challenge in circular economy. It's a big challenge, and I think everywhere still.
And also, like Ms. Plechenik said yesterday in her keynote, when talking about AI, to not make the inequalities bigger, but to reduce the inequalities. And Benita, what is your perspective from having done research in India and in Germany and working with so many international clients? What are your takeaways when it comes to digitalization status?
Of course, yes, it's important, it's growing, it's essential, especially with all these regulatory requirements coming up. We need data, a lot of data when it comes to E, S, and G. Data in a comparable format, that is also most important. This has been the biggest challenge I see in what I work with. So nowadays, there are so many startups, everybody's popping up with a software which tells you, okay, you use my software and you will be able to print a CSRD report. So yes, digitalization is important. Having people who understand sustainability, AI or digitalization, and business strategies together is a super combo today. I mean, he's not minting money, he's playing in money or something. So all of this is really important. AI useful, definitely useful, but needs to be done at a faster pace in a right way. I see regulations are coming, regulations and standards are just coming in. So it's CSRD and it is a supply chain regulation, it is a EPR and PCR and REACH and ROSHA. Regulations are coming in, but the digitalization or a tool to help us collate the right data in the right format, in the right time, at a right cost is missing, I see.
And what advice would you give to young professionals or researchers just starting out in the ESG sustainability space today?
That's the only space to go. You are in the right direction, I would say. Do the best. Whatever you do, do the best. Understand whatever you are studying, and everything is important. I didn't realize waste was so important. I didn't realize circularity was so important. Today, when I see all of these things, it makes so much sense that how you can get into becoming expert. Biodiversity is so important today. TCFD, TNFD, I don't know, so many FDs. I never thought biodiversity would be so important, but there are people who have expertise in those aspects. So you have sustainability. You can enhance or upgrade your skills when it comes to AI, digitalization, some aspects of project management, and you're going to do good. It's the best time. So yes, please go for it. And I'm always available for any guidance.
Thank you very much. Lea, in your view, would you say there's anything where the government could support to be more effective for the green tech companies to overcome these challenges we spoke about?
Yeah, so I think events like today are really helpful because I think there is a lot of support. There are a lot of actors who are trying to achieve this, and I think really often we are not as connected as we should be, because today I was thinking, as I was hearing about all these projects, I was like, okay, I think some of these things would be very interesting to other countries, but I didn't know about them yet. And then I think maybe some of you were thinking, okay, maybe it would be interesting to go to another market, but I don't really know where to start, or like, so, and then it's really interesting for you to maybe have contact with us or with the chambers abroad. So I think like really working together and presenting ourselves also internationally as like one unit, with one common goal and not like a lot of different actors who are doing different things under different names. I think this would be very helpful. And then I think it's really about bringing together also what we saw today and what was mentioned in the Q&A earlier, these like different expertise, get them to the table, develop new solutions, and then work together to also get them outside of Germany and to adapt them and to be open to really see the local context and adapting there. So I think it's really, there's a lot that's been done. We just have to be more efficient and like working together and merging it a bit more and get all the information together.
Very important point. Thank you. And Sebastian, we were talking earlier about making an elevator pitch for impact. So how would you convince people here to join the water industry in 1 minute?
Really hard one, no. Actually not. I think water and wastewater, or like the water crisis, I think is one of the biggest themes that not too many people are talking about yet. Yeah. And there's so much potential to work also on really cool stuff. I mentioned some digital technologies that make really an impact for all of us. Water is not only in our daily lives based on the municipal water sector, but also it's core to main green technologies, thinking of hydrogen, thinking of batteries. Water is a key resource for that. and not even touching agriculture, food and beverages. So we are really affected by water every day, and there are big challenges that we need to tackle. And therefore we need not only technology, but actually the right talent to be motivated, bold, and creative to tackle that. And I really believe that water is the next carbon. So this is upcoming here, and we need to make it work.
Thank you. And with this, I'd like to open the stage for your questions, also in the live stream. If there are any, please feel free. Okay, you can also wait a little bit. And in the meantime, talk about, I found it very interesting, Christiane Placenik was talking yesterday about the donut economy. Is this a concept that you're also working with in your projects, or do you use a different model for sustainability? Anyone wants to?
So I'm not exactly aware about what you're saying.
The circularity model with the environmental ceiling and the different aspects.
When you talk about sustainability, actually, you look at any standard and just name any standard. If you understand the basics, it's actually the same. It's just how different countries are implementing it in different ways. But it's working with the same thing. So it's working with water, it's working with circularity, it's working with products, it's working with pollution, energy, and now also social aspects and governance aspects. So when I work into, I am actually looking at all of these things for different sectors across different places, geographic locations, different kind of customers. Sometimes it's only B2B, sometimes it's B2C. So yes, these things.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any definitions for circular economy or water?
Well, so I'm not completely aware now of the donut model, so I need to learn about it. But when we are thinking about and discussing sustainability, there are basically two angles: how to become a bit, or not a bit, how to become more sustainable as a company, as Siemens, and we investing there quite a lot. But on the other side, where my focus obviously is, especially how do we enable other industries to become also more sustainable and accelerate the sustainability transformation. And when we think about sustainability for industries, we have basically three key pillars. The first is the energy efficiency and decarbonization pillar. And the second one is resource efficiency and circularity. And the third is then also people centricity and societal impact. And I think these provide some good clusters to act on and to make the sustainability transformation actually a real thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to add to the same thing, this is ethically, ideally what any standard wants. You do GRI, you do CSRD, you do BRSR, you do any standard. At the end, the standards want that these aspects of sustainability should be integrated into your value chain somehow. Somehow we should be able to pass the same thing. So not being able to say only I am environmental conscious or I am socially conscious, being able to pass this on to a value chain, being able to help them understand how they can also meet environmental goals and improve the social working conditions for their workers. So,
thank you.
Yeah, so I also don't know the donut model, or I don't know actually what because I couldn't be here yesterday, unfortunately.
So learning for us.
Yeah, I will Google the donut model. So yeah, regarding circular economy or circularity, we, in the past we were struggling a bit because I think the German definition of circular economy was much more limited than what other countries saw as circular economy. And I think it's really good that there's now, for Germany and Europe, a bit more of a broader vision of circular economy that really is circular and not basically waste management So we're trying to promote this idea of circular economy also. Yeah.
Thank you. We had a question in the front.
Thank you very much for your contributions. I found all three speakers super inspiring. I have one question, and I think it kind of like goes probably to all of you, but whoever feels most comfortable answering. And it's about behavioral change, because what we did or what we see is that there's a lot of amazing innovation out there. We always talk about we need new talent, more talent, but how do we treat or how do we work with those that are currently employed in different sectors, looking at the construction industry or when we talk about circularity models, also looking into the water sector, which in Germany, at least from my experience, seems to be quite conservative when it comes to deploying new solutions. So my question would be, how can we make sure that we get everyone on board? How can we make sure that we can show the impact that new technologies and innovation can have on those very conservative sectors?
Thank you.
I can.
So maybe internationally speaking, I think it's important to kind of meet people a bit where they are also, to really get to know the local context and understand the challenges that different industries and also consumers in general have. So it's not about, I don't know, going to another country and say, yeah, you need 4 bins in your house so you can sort your waste, when maybe houses are much smaller, there's less space and time available for people to sort their waste. So I think it's about being practical and like implementing solutions that are really, maybe in the beginning just kind of low-hanging fruits, or that really are easy to implement, to just show that it can be done and it doesn't have to be extremely complex. And by this way to gain trust. Earlier I was speaking with one of the projects, I think it's called Diva, yeah. And I was thinking like, how is this maybe something that could work internationally? How could this work in other countries? It sounds very complex, you have to measure a lot, you have to have a lot of data, and the person I was talking to said, yeah, but maybe this project also helps to see what data is really necessary to be measured in order to achieve our goals. So I was thinking, yeah, this is actually quite practical, because instead of saying, oh, you have to measure everything now, these insights I think are really valuable, to be like, okay, maybe you have to work on this, but maybe you only have to do this first, and this can be have already a big effect. And I think instead of going in with really high expectation of really complex solutions, where people just get scared and decide to not do anything in the end.
Yeah, I see 2 aspects of your question there, right? One, the deployment of digital solutions, and there's for sure a technical aspect to it. So we are working quite heavily to make the deployment very simple. For example, for leakage monitoring, pre-integrating the hardware with the software as an IoT solution to reduce the time, risk, and then obviously also the cost of deploying such solutions. But like the technology is only one aspect, as you clearly mentioned. I think the digital transformation or utilizing then also digital technologies in the day-to-day work is more like also a human touch and empowering and enabling the people. And there, I come to the second part. There we have, on the one hand, the existing workforce, looking at the fast development of new technologies. We need to ensure that we continuously work on enabling, empowering the workforce to utilize these technologies, but at the same time then also attracting new talent. And there are different measures to do it. And I think we also see in utilities more and more things like hackathons, and which is like basically nothing new, but providing then also access to, for example, a pumping station and doing their real pilots and MVPs in the practice. I think these are things that motivate, especially also young talents, to work in this industry and work on novel topics. And I think it's always critical, and I think this is what you mentioned as well, is to link it into the operational processes, right? To prove the value, make it also easy to use, but this is like not the first step of an MVP, but you need to take the people with you on this journey to prove then also the value, and then if the operators see the value, then they're also happy to adapt to that in the future. And then I think there are some trends. There's like no way around it. Like looking at the workforce challenges, I mentioned it earlier already. I think in the US, a third of the operators in the water and wastewater sector are retiring within this decade. So there's no way around to enable the new workforce to be more efficient, utilizing new tools. And maybe sometimes these digital tools are not only for the efficiency purpose, but also to make the working environment a bit more favorable and more attractive for our generation.
Just adding the same thing, where you mentioned about conservativeness. So things have changed a lot. I have seen sustainability 15 years back, 16 years back, and I see it today. It's changed a lot. Some things which you had to convince the client, please, it's the other way around. The client says, please do this for me. So it has changed a lot. You need to empower yourself, enhance your skills, understand what is required, and it is being accepted. Many places, I am seeing young talents at various client places with limited sustainability knowledge, but good AI skills, digitalization, business understanding, project management. Putting everything together, it's working. Just find your right partner and be willing to accept as well.
Thank you. We have time for one more question, maybe from the live stream or the audience. Yep.
Do you see any trends coming up, or anything you would say that's something German green technologies should more research, doing more research on, or should consider more for the future? Something that's coming up now. We talked so much about AI, but maybe something's new also there, or something which German companies are not so good in yet and should improve.
Thank you. It's to everyone.
Yeah, I think there are two angles again from for this question, right? The one is more like, what are the big challenges that we need to solve? And the second one is then basically, what are the enabling technologies to solve this problem? Coming now a bit from the challenges perspective, I think one really huge topic is what we call in the industry the energy-water nexus. There's also the energy-water-food nexus. I think there's a lot to do, because water is really interlinked with energy and then also with food. And I think there are some open questions that we can tackle. And then, on the technology side, I think the buzzwords are clear, but how to bring theory into practice, I think this is really the golden question here.
Yeah, I also think it's this, like, how to bring theory into practice. That's really the challenge, and I think something where there's room for improvement is maybe to offer solutions that are to find solutions together. So to really have like one more holistic approach, or more holistic approach for German companies, for example, or companies in general, to join together and present themselves together, compact solutions, or like the solutions from A to Z, basically, instead of everyone going outside and trying to do something. So I think it's about really what's there already, to work to bring this together better and position oneself better internationally. So it's also, I think, a lot about marketing and sometimes also a little bit about soft skills, that there's maybe sometimes room for improvement.
Thank you. Would you like to add?
I was also thinking about this. I see there is a lot of scope of improvement when, or coming up with new technologies when you have a lot of production. When we talk about German companies, a lot what you can do here is mainly on the energy aspects, energy and climate change related stuff. But suppose you want to do something in terms of improvements in reducing pollution, water consumption or water treatment. Very limited aspects because a lot of stuff is coming from Asia. So ideally all these aspects are applicable for Asia, not for us. So, but maybe other things, collaborative efforts, like for example, Denmark is good with wind, China does good with solar stuff. And we are very good with regulations and compliance things. How is that we can combine this and come up with something useful? This is, I would think on this side rather than trying to run into all directions.
Thank you. I think our time is unfortunately running out. We spoke about a lot of things, about the different industries you're working in, the different regions, the importance of initiatives such as the Digital GreenTalents Award, and that we should all communicate and exchange more. I would like to thank you, Sebastian, Lea, and Benita, very much for your participation. And I would also like to thank you, dear listeners, both here and in front of the screen, for your interest. And please stay after lunch because, as Julia mentioned, we will announce the winners of this year's Digital GreenTalents Award. And see you there. Thanks.
So. Kommt da bei dir etwas an? Okay, Feedback kriegen wir. Du bist selbst stumm geschaltet? Okay, das klingt scheiße. Ja, Kopfhörer wären super. Die zwei bleiben? Die zwei Sessel?
Ich würde die aber später wegräumen, weil die stehen jetzt hier alle zum Essen. Und da ist wenig Platz und ich würde die jetzt irgendwie abschalten.
Mach mal. Ja, sonst sonst wird es auch reichen, wenn du kurz aus dem Raum rausgehst mit dem Notebook, aber wenn die Konferenz ist. So. Hörst du was von mir? Ja. Es ist jetzt anders. Jetzt hörst du mich wieder. Sehr schlimm, ja. Kurz besser oder grundsätzlich besser? Ja. So. Ich muss leider jetzt trotzdem ein bisschen reden, damit du sagen kannst, ob sich irgendwas ändert. Macht das irgendeinen Unterschied? Macht das irgendeinen Unterschied, wenn ich... Nein? Man hört mich fast gar nicht. Ich kann das hier ein bisschen hochziehen.
Was ist die Hauptkamera, zu der ich nachher gucken sollte bei der Award-Ceremony?
Die hier hinten.
Oder die vorne links auf der Ecke? Die hier hinten. Also hier soll ich immer hin. Gut, das wollte ich noch wissen. Und die andere Frage war noch, gibt es noch ein Headset, ein zweites neben VD? Genau, wir würden Ihnen das Headset dann noch geben. Okay, ich habe ja noch ein bisschen Zeit. Alles gut, ich wollte es nur geklärt haben. Ja. Haben Sie doch um 12:15 Uhr, wenn es für Sie passt? Ja, ja.
So. Das klingt scheiße. Nach wie vor? Okay. Aber dann hört sich das für die auch scheiße an. Was? Dann hört sich das für die ja auch scheiße an. Also würdest du sagen, ist das unverständlich scheiße, der Sound? Würdest du sagen, dass der Sound wirklich unerträglich ist? Schon? Okay, nur um das einmal auszuschließen. Wenn ich ein anderes Mikrofon verwende, hörst du mich? Es ist immer noch. Es tut weh in den Ohren. Kannst du noch mal kurz auf Lautsprecher machen, bitte? Ich habe nichts verändert. Gerade. Haben wir jetzt hier wieder Lautsprecher? Okay. Ist das... Ja, das klingt ja super scheiße. Das hier geht in den Zoom rein. Jetzt. Immer noch, immer noch. Immer noch. Hallo? Jetzt hört man mich nicht mehr. Hallo, 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 hallo. Jetzt ist es wieder super leise. Nee. Ist es jetzt irgendwie anders? Test. Hier kann ich auch nichts anders machen, außer das Ganze noch ein bisschen leiser machen. Ja, ich glaube, wir haben da irgendwie ein Echo drin. Oder? So ist okay. Ja. Mach das. Hast du es noch an oder ist es gerade aus? Hallo? Jetzt hört man nichts mehr, ne? Okay. Hierüber wird es wieder scheiße. Oh Gott.
Können wir ganz kurz schauen, wer alles schon da ist? Teilnehmer. 14 Leute.
Bleibt das so? Also, ihr müsst die Leute jetzt reinlassen, oder wie? So, achso, sorry. Es ist immer noch scheiße, ne? Ja, wird es denn überhaupt leiser, wenn ich es hier leiser ziehe? Ja, ein bisschen, okay. Ich lasse es einfach sehr niedrig und wir schauen, wie es wird. 2020 ungefähr.
Alles drüber. Ich mache auf die Hälfte.
Machen scheiß Geräusche.
Ich räume noch fix den Tisch weg. Ich habe mich mit ihr 55 verabredet. Da würde ich den ersten Gong spielen. Und dann also nicht die Moderatoren.
Also wenn beide gehen. Weil gerade eben hat es dann wieder geklappt mit dem zweiten.
Wie das nochmal mit dem Headset? Weil eigentlich kannst du, weil ich habe die, also alle, die hier oben draufstehen, die wollte ich dann zuerst nehmen, das sind die hier unten in den Boxen. Also außer die E5, die hier noch oben liegt, sind die 02 und E6. So. Vorbei.
Welches ist denn jetzt? Das hier ist das, genau.
Genau. Das hier?
Ja, sind wir gerade.
Das hier ist das von der Moderatorin, das sie vorhin hatte.
Ja, das verkabeln wir wieder. Check. Kommt hier was an? Check. Test.
Sie noch verkabelt werden. Genau. Können wir nicht einbauen, aber nee, aber welcome to the Digital Green Talent Award ceremony. I have a warm welcome to the audience here at the Neuen Mälzerei in Berlin and to our guests joining us online. There's a video. That is what the Federal Ministry of Education and Research, BMBF, does with the prestigious Digital Green Talents Award for high potentials in sustainable development, supporting highly motivated and talented young scientists from around the world to find solutions to pressing issues of our time and to contribute to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. There are a lot of excellent applications from all over the world. Today, we announce 20 winners from 13 countries of the Digital Green Talent Award. Please welcome Dr. Rainer Müßner from the Federal Ministry of Education and Research.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fissmann, and a warm welcome from a rainy afternoon in Berlin to all over the world, wherever you join us for this award ceremony. Warm welcome as well to our guests here in the audience this afternoon in Berlin. We are really delighted to have you here in presence or in a virtual version joining us for the award ceremony. Before we start with the formal ceremony, I have been asked to speak some opening remarks regarding the motivation of BMBF. Why is BMBF funding or trying to achieve to fund the brightest minds in sustainability and young talent from across the world and to attract them to come to Berlin? First of all, I'd like to say BMBF is deeply convinced that the brightest minds are shared all over the world, and there's an added value for Germany as any other country of the world to strengthen the networking in sustainability and to exchange and cross-fertilize new and important ideas. We heard in our panel session, which we had an hour before, that there's an urgent need, not only in science, in the science sphere, also in industry, like our colleague from Siemens mentioned an hour ago, to have young talent, new ideas that are inspiring to pave the road towards sustainability. And to pave the road for the future and the future of sustainability, we need new ideas and young and talented people. That's why it was easy to convince BMBF to invest in you as our award winners, to come to Germany, to exchange your ideas, to learn from people in Germany and to teach people in Germany what could be the next big thing in sustainability. Those of you that know the procedure and award a little bit longer, BMBF is funding the Green Talent competition already for 15 years. I like to stress out a little bit what has been changed and what has been kept over the years. So, as you can easily detect by the name, the former Green Talent competition is named now Digital Digital Green Talent. And why is this the case? Because from the German perspective, we see that digitization has a lot to offer for sustainable solution, be it in wastewater management, be it in circular economy, or to fight climate change or biodiversity. The leverage and the options are enormous if we use digitization and its tools like Gen AI and others wisely. And I guess it's a mutual benefit of your country, where you're coming from, as well as Germany, to invest in these areas. What has been kept over the years is, let's say, the core of the program, which is fully funded short-term research stay in Germany at an institute in Germany, as well as the spring school we have near Frankfurt in spring next year. And one personal remark from my side, I'm looking very much forward to have a wine or a glass of water with all of you near Frankfurt in spring next year and to meet you in person, because the personal contact is always much better than the visual and internet contact. Last but not least, before I like to hand over to Mrs. Fissmann again, I like to thank our jury, because contrary to what some people think, it's not BMBF who is selecting the nominees and the award winner. It's a jury of outstanding and eminent experts from science, from industry, and from civil society that help us to choose the right people. And personally, and from BMBF side, we are very convinced that we've chosen an excellent group this year to achieve the sustainability path forward. Thank you very much to all of you who join virtually or in person. And it's my great pleasure to the awardees to congratulate them. And I hand over to you, Ms. Fissmann.
That's really nice. For a glass of water or a glass of wine in the area of Frankfurt. It's very good to drink wine there also. I mean,
wine,
yeah,
water,
yeah,
beer,
yes,
beer,
yeah, we have
great.
everything. Yeah, oranges, and I wanted to add in the very interesting panel discussion we had before, Benita Shah, one of the former talented awardees, she said something really nice. She said, yeah, this Green Talent Award is proved to be useful because it's very important to think interdisciplinary or have an interdisciplinary approach to sustainability, and we really need these digital green talents. So thank you very much for funding this great award and all these projects within. So I would like to explain a little bit how this ceremony gets started. We have 20 awardees, as we mentioned, and they are all over the world. 3 are here in person, and all the awardees that are in the world are presented with a little video, and they introduce themselves and tell something about their research interest. And we clustered the presentation in 3 thematic segments. The first segment is electrical engineering, the second is water hydrology, and the third is a segment with a lot of thematic themes: chemistry, agriculture, microbiology, and climate science. So you mentioned the high-ranking jury, and we have 3 jury members, or 2 in person here, and 1 with a video from the COP29, nearly live. And I would like to present the first thematic segment, electrical engineering. The focus is on innovations in the field of energy efficiency and new technologies that ensure a sustainable energy future. And please welcome Dr. Christine Plotzienek from the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence. I nearly said intelligent artificial, so we can do it the other way around also. But you need a microphone. That's really important. You had a really great keynote yesterday, but I also want to introduce you a little bit more. You're a great expert in the field of computer science and AI, and in your keynote, you spoke about the areas of AI for sustainability and sustainable AI, including the digital product passport and the sensible and efficient use of AI in the circular economy. And you mentioned the donut system. Can you explain what the donut, the global boundary system is?
Yeah, sure. For those of you who could not join yesterday, I will just briefly summarize. I introduced the donut as a means to speak about sustainability in a broader sense, right? And basically, the donut is a visual, a picture of the economy, what it should be like, right? So it's a kind of safe and operating space for humanity. That's what we call it. And this one has an ecological ceiling, right? And a social foundation. And we should not cross either of them with our economy. So keep that in mind, because often sustainability is only thought from the ecological perspective, right? But this is only the ceiling. So if we transgress this ceiling boundary, we get problems with ecology. But if we go below the social foundation, we get social problems like, for example, poverty, no access to enough electricity, people don't have homes and stuff like that. So what you want to do is you want to live inside the donut to keep the economy, right, in this safe and just operating space for humanity.
So it's also a circle.
Yes.
The circle is with us.
Yes, the circle stays with us, hopefully. Yeah. It should.
So you're one of the members of the high-ranking jury, and it's yours to present this first segment now.
Yes, the first segment is about energy and electrical engineering, and to stay with the donut, or let's start with the Sustainable Development Goals first. Yeah, right. You know all these the colorful pictures of the SDGs from the United Nations, right? And one of these pictures is number 7, and that's clean and affordable energy. And that gives us an indicator of how important this topic is, right? So the UN, they said, this is one of our top goals, right, for sustainable development, to ensure that the energy consumption is both clean and affordable. And here we have the donut again, right? So the clean thing is the ecological ceiling, and the affordable thing is related to the social foundation. Both we must meet, and this is a really big challenge for our green talent. And so I'm really happy that we have several people that are concerned with this. And now we will see, I think, a video, right?
Yes.
Where they present themselves and answer some basic questions. And I'm really looking forward to this video.
Okay.
Program between Universidad Industrial de Santander in Bucaramanga, Colombia.
My name is Judith Foward, and I'm a Marie Curie postdoc fellow at the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom.
I'm Jibril Bashir from Niger Republic, and I'm currently doing my PhD
at Abdul University in Niamey.
Hello, my name is Lucia Probst. I am a chemical engineer, and recently I completed a pre-master program at Bosch in the area of sustainability here in Germany.
I'm Mustafa Furuzish. I got my PhD in power electronics from Queen's University, Ontario, Canada.
Hello everyone, my name is Rebecca Neve. I'm a PhD candidate from the School of Electrical Engineering in Tel Aviv University, Israel. And I'm going to share with you a glimpse of the software that I'm using, OpenDSS, Open Distribution System Simulator, which is used to numerically solve the power flow problem in three-phase unbalanced distribution systems.
Hi, I'm Lala Rukh from Sindh, Pakistan, and I'm a final year PhD student at the University of Galway, Ireland. Through my research, I'm looking at a very simple question that are our energy efficient homes thermally comfortable and healthy indoor living spaces? And I'm doing that through using sensors. And with the sensors, I am continuously monitoring the homes, and I'm trying to look at, are we compromising our health and our comfort over energy saving benefits?
One of the most important technologies for a sustainable future is power electronics. By 2050, as we shift to low carbon energy sources, efficient energy storage and conversion will become critical. Power electronics can address challenges in electric vehicles like long charging times and limited range, while also enabling renewable energy from sources like solar and wind to be stored and delivered reliably.
In the end, however, the most important factor will be combining digitalization with other key technologies such as renewable energy, energy storage, green hydrogen, sustainable materials, to name a few, and uniting global efforts. Only by working together across industry and sectors can we unlock the full potential of these innovations and create a truly sustainable future.
For me, hydrogen production from renewable energy has the potential to be an alternative for fossil fuel for a more sustainable future and to achieve the world energy transition, mainly due to the versatility of green hydrogen in various sectors such as the transportation, the industrial process, and also the integration of renewable energy in the power grid for more flexible and resilient power system.
At least for me, I think there's no such a thing that we have like a one single most important technology we could use to make the world more sustainable. But I think we could focus on what technologies are available and how they are more interoperable with each other.
As the world we are living now fully surrounded with data, I think that AI would be the most important and advanced technology to achieve sustainable goals.
The single most important technology that I've identified through my research that can make this world a more sustainable place is actually our behaviors. So be that come to the energy use, be that come to respect for the environment and biodiversity, depends on how we behave. So no matter how much sensors we have, how much renewable technology we have, how much energy efficient homes do we have, but if we don't have a good behavior, I know it's not technology, but for me, it's the single most important thing or technology that can make the world a better place.
I think it's a great recognition for my work, for my research, and for my research vision. I am also excited to get in touch with people from other disciplines, but also to spend some time during the research stay at the institution where I can extend my interdisciplinary skills and knowledge to even foster my research vision into more streamlined planning permissions and building permit processes. I'm really looking forward to that.
This award serves as a recognition for my effort and work. It recognizes the importance and the impact of what I'm doing and inspired me to continue on pushing the boundary in the research field for sustainable world and a lot more positive collaboration on sustainable issues.
I think it is an incredible recognition of my passion for sustainability and the hard work I've invested in developing innovative solutions, and reinforces my belief in the power of digitalization to drive meaningful environmental change. This award also provides me with a platform to connect with others, leaders in sustainability. I want to learn from others' experience and apply new insights to my projects.
This life-changing opportunity will allow me to bring a significant contribution to sustainability, particularly in the energy sector, and I'm eager to gain invaluable experience during my 3-month internship.
It allows me to connect with leading experts both from industry and academia in the fields of digitalization and energy sustainability. These connections are vital as they open doors to future collaboration. I also established relationships with German institutions, gaining new perspectives that enrich my work.
It has come with appreciation of what I'm doing and what I've been doing, but it comes with a lot of expectations that I need to continue doing the great work. So this is the background that I use in all of my virtual meetings. And in fact, it is an icebreaker for me. People ask, what does this mean and why do you have ice in your background? So this is very important to me, and this is the constant reminder to me about the importance and significance of my work that I'm doing. So every single kilowatt hour that will be saved through my research would be contributing to avoid melting this ice in the Arctic.
Winning the Green Talents Award is a huge honor and a validation of the work I've dedicated myself to, optimizing energy systems for a sustainable future. It represents not only the recognition of my past research efforts, but also the opportunity to connect with like-minded researchers within Germany's pioneering academic ecosystem in this field. It's an incredible milestone in my journey to make a meaningful contribution to the energy sector and to fight against the climate crisis. I'm currently at Student Hydrogen Energy Lab of Public University of Miami, which focuses on green hydrogen production from renewable energy using advanced technologies such as a renewable energy trainer, the fuel cell trainer, the hybrid energy lab, and also the new energy lab.
So I walk you through the office. I am usually working at the University of Cambridge. So we have a few common areas, but I will direct you to my desk, which is exactly here located.
So this is our lab. I usually spend my time here conducting some experiment related to my research topic. We have a gas turbine here. We have some fuel here. Yeah.
This is my working station, where I write new software in PyCharm, writing down my findings or spreading the students' emails. Right now I'm working on my PhD defense presentation, 110 slides summarizing 5 of my published papers. I also have a window in front of me, offering a glimpse of nature, which is our most essential asset, reminding me of the importance of developing sustainable practices to protect it.
For this nice introduction. Applause. So, Short, you looked really impressed. I mean, you picked them.
I'm really impressed to see them live now and to see how they work, where they work, what they do. They seem to be really inspiring personalities. And I must say, what's really the best here is that they are so interdisciplinary, right? So this interdisciplinary work is always the hardest. People who have worked like that will probably can relate to that, but we have to do it. Yeah? Sometimes it's painful, sometimes it's joyful, but we have to do it in order to save the planet in the long run.
Okay, and they help to save the planet.
I hope, yeah.
Applause again. Thank you very much for your work in the jury. Dr. Christina Plotienek, thank you very much. And hopefully you will meet these talents when they come over for spring school.
Yes.
To Germany.
Yeah, I would like to stay to the end, but I have a train to catch, so I must leave now. So,
okay,
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Wish you all success with the rest of this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your engagement. So we come to the next segment, and it's about water and hydrology. The research is in the area, contributes to the sustainable use of water and the solution of global water crisis. So welcome to the laudator. He is Sebastian Guckelberger. Kugelberger from Siemens AG, and he's here for Anja Eimer, and she is jury member, and you are here for her. So a warm welcome to Sebastian Kugelberger. So it's actually like this was the perspective of the of science, and now is the perspective of industry. So you are from Siemens in the area of water and wastewater. You are leading the global portfolio and business development team in the water and wastewater vertical at Siemens AG since October 2022. And in your role, you drive growth in the water and wastewater industry with local sales teams across regions and develop innovative solutions with Siemens business units. So you're holding the Master of Science in Management from University of Hohenheim. So yeah, why is it so important to deal with water and hydrology? You mentioned it in the panel discussion, but concerning these young digital green talents.
Yeah, first, I also apologize, Anja, as a jury member, and I hope I pitch in adequately. Coming to your question with regards to why water is really critical. Around the globe, our water resources face unprecedented challenges, be it from climate change, be it pollution or overuse of the water resource. And this is actually needing bold action to solve, you mentioned it, the water crisis, and implement innovative solutions, not only in the municipal water sector, but also in the industrial water sector.
You mentioned in the panel discussion, water is the next carbon. So it's really important to deal with water and the water crisis. Why?
Yeah, I think I mentioned it also in the talk earlier. Water affects all our lives on a daily business, not only when we are showering or like we use the toilet or drinking water, all aspects, but also if you look at the water footprint of different products. I think we all have a sense of the carbon footprint. If you look at the regulation, the investments of also venture or private capital, private equity firms, venture capital firms, there's a bold action on the carbon sector. But if you compare this action on regulation, on investments, and also on IP patents, water is gapping a bit or lagging a bit behind. And I think that are indicators that water is really the next carbon. And I think it's quite obvious why water needs to take or needs some more sustainable solutions.
Okay, so we have also a video of the Digital Green Talent Awardees, and yeah, we should watch what they tell about themselves and their research interests.
I am Dr. Pawan Kumar Chobe, currently working as a research fellow at Nanyang Technological University, Singapore.
I'm Pragya Badika. I'm doing my PhD at Department of Hydrology in Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, India.
Awuminasi Maxwell Ataku from Benin Republic. And actually, I'm a PhD student in climate change and land use at Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, based in Ghana at Kumasi.
My name is Mark Schwamba. I'm at the University of São Paulo in Brazil.
My name is YJ Lim, and I'm currently a postdoctoral researcher at Nanyang Technological University, NTU, Singapore.
Hello, I'm Georgia Douglas, and I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Victoria in Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. I work in the Green Safe Water Lab, where we research green alternatives to current drinking water problems. My work focuses on the development of a new arsenic detection method that is accessible, accurate, and sustainable.
Fascinates me most about what I'm doing actually. Rural actors like farmers also provide significant solution within their agro system to the problem challenge that they are facing. And this is very important in implementing solutions in context of climate change.
I find my research interesting because of its interdisciplinary nature. For instance, In the design of high-performance membranes, we synthesize and tap on knowledge from different fields, such as supramolecular chemistry, material science, and membrane engineering, from nanomaterials to large-scale membranes, to design energy-efficient water treatment systems that could bring about practical benefits to our society.
I'm daily in touch with many different stakeholders, such as engineers, hydrologists, soil scientists, farmers, and climate change specialists. With them, I created my multidisciplinary knowledge that helps me on my ongoing research.
The most fascinating part of my research work is its a real-world relevance, which gives me the opportunity to connect the science, technology, and data analytics, and to contribute to empower the community to deal with the flood impacts.
One thing that fascinates me about my work is that I use a biopolymer to make hydrogels, which is derived from crustacean shells. And this, in the food industry, is an abundant waste product that's generated in the millions of tons each year.
Main thing fascinated me most about my research is the challenges to predict the climate extremes and understanding how hydroclimate extremes will be more frequent and intense due to the global warming.
Based on my background in chemical engineering, I am keen to bring scientific disciplines together to create more efficient membrane-based technologies within the water energy nexus.
I grew up in a small farm where my parents cultivated coffee, corn, and beans, and I remember clearly that water availability was the main limitation for agriculture production.
Most of my experience were focused on developing a solution to help rural actors like farmers. And by getting close to them, I discover many challenges, particularly in terms of soil fertility management in face of climate change and variability. So actually, I'm very interested in developing nature-based solutions to help them.
I got into the field of green chemistry or sustainable chemistry applied in the drinking water field because I wanted to connect a few of the different things I was interested in. I appreciated green chemistry and its efforts to make normal chemical processes more environmentally friendly. I was also motivated by the environmental justice and water security movements and wanted to take the knowledge I gained in my undergraduate degree and apply it to these areas.
My research journey related to hydroclimate extremes began with me. My personal experience, my hometown and my village experience repeated flood and drought condition in the last few decades, and this sparked me and generated my interest to examine the future changing pattern of the hydroclimate extremes over the South Asia.
The Babylonia waterfall. Supplied by the Guarani aquifer, water keeps flowing during the dry season. The waterfall stands as a local symbol of relevance of ground and surface water connectivity.
My favorite place in my town is the beach, specifically the beach that's walking distance from where I live. I like to go for ocean dips, even though the water is very cold here year-round. And I like that on a clear day, you can see over to the other side of the sea, to the Olympic mountain ranges in Washington State.
Oh, applause. I really like that. I like that the talents showed us the emotional approach and the emotional feelings towards water and water sources. So, what is in the end the tip and advice you have for them? I mean, they think very interdisciplinary and they know a lot about water and water crisis in their local area, but altogether, from your perspective, what is the advice?
Yeah, I think staying optimistic. Like we talked quite a lot about the challenges, right? The water crisis and all the tremendous effects. But the other side of a challenge is basically the opportunity, especially looking at the fast development of technologies. But technology alone will not solve it, right? We need people to take action, and I think our green talents green digital GreenTalents have all what it needs. They have the skills, they have the vision and the commitment to take action and take the opportunity.
Yeah, okay, that's really hopeful. Thank you very much for your engagement, that you were here for the great panel discussion and that you were presenting these talents. So you get a little award. Probably you could share it with Anja Eimer, and greetings to Anja Eimer because she did the work in the jury. So thank you very much for being here, and a warm applause for him.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
It's chocolate from Berlin.
Awesome, yeah.
Yeah,
We will enjoy
really,
it together tomorrow in the office.
In Munich, yeah, okay. So, bye-bye, greetings. So now we come to the third segment about chemistry, agriculture, microbiology, climate science. There we deal with climate modeling or a data-driven approach for measuring the impact of circular economy, for example, in an urban environment. And we have a very great video from COP29, live, not live, but nearly live from Baku, from Alexander Bonde, one of the jury members. He is Secretary General of the DBU, the Deutsche Bundesstiftung Umwelt.
Viele Grüße von Baku nach Berlin. Hier in Baku läuft jetzt die Weltklimakonferenz. Die großen Probleme unserer Zeit können wir nur gemeinsam lösen. Und das ist ja auch das Ziel der Digital GreenTalents, gemeinsam global an die großen ökologischen Fragen ranzugehen und das nutzen, was wir technologisch können. Ich freue mich sehr über Ihr Interesse an Deutschland und an unserem spannenden Programm. Und erstmal viel Spaß heute bei der Veranstaltung.
Have fun here at the awardee ceremony or the award ceremony, and he says or proclaims it's really important to think together, to network, to be a team, and I think that fits to this segment because the awardees in this group want to be change makers in different fields with the help of various means, and they have one thing in common. They tell in a minute. They know about the power of teamwork, and they are looking forward to work with German researchers, and they are looking forward to get to know the other digital green tech talents.
Hi, I'm Madhu Paul, and I'm currently a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Bonn, Germany.
I'm Michiel Pauwels. I'm 25 years old, and I'm a PhD student at the KU Leuven in Belgium.
I'm Mohammad Harun Rashid, and I'm working as an assistant professor in the Department of Forestry at the University of Agriculture, Faisalabad.
My name is Sophia Bosch, and I work at the SKZ, das Kunststoffzentrum, in the beautiful city of Würzburg.
Hello, I'm Salva, third-year PhD student at UC San Diego in the USA. Though originally I'm from Germany and did my undergrad in computer science at TU Darmstadt. Right now I'm researching on generally the topics of AI for science and generative AI and diffusion models, with a particular focus on AI for weather forecasting and climate modeling and sustainability. I've done internships at NVIDIA and the Allen Institute for AI recently.
I would like to explore how German cities are incorporating circular economy principles and initiatives in their urban policies. And I'm really looking forward in collaborating with German researchers and local municipalities in developing indicators in a data-driven approach for measuring and monitoring the circular economy in their urban environments.
One of my favorite sayings is teamwork makes the dream work. And even though it's a little cheesy, I really believe that we can only be successful if we all work together and collaborate. And there's a ton we all have to learn from each other. And so I want to focus on that during my research stay, to learn from others, to work together with others.
I would like to deepen my understanding of sustainable forest management practices and explore advanced methodologies for measuring carbon sequestration. I also would like to collaborate with local researchers who are working on the biodiversity conservation initiatives and learning how Germany fosters resilient ecosystem.
I would like to concentrate on breeding of intercropping, particularly how can we breed two partners at the same time so that they perform well in intercropping system compared to the monoculture. Therefore, I would like to improve my skills in data science and digital technology and combining the skills in breeding system so that I can choose a crop team or plant team which perform better in intercropping system so that farmer, particularly the European farmer, can adopt this sustainable cropping system.
I plan to explore biofuel valorization into bio-based materials, specifically sustainable fuel systems. My work at IIT Roper, converting biofuel residues into methanol and optimizing processes using machine learning, aligns with India's and Germany's shift towards renewable energy. Leveraging bioprocessing and LCA, I plan to reduce waste and enhance sustainability. Collaborating with German researchers will strengthen my research and contribute to global renewable energy efforts.
In the future, I hope to continue pushing the frontier of AI for weather and climate applications with my research, in particular, hopefully achieving real-world positive impact with it. For example, by improving weather forecasting skill, and especially how it relates to extreme events, and by improving climate projections via large ensembles of, for example, cheap ML machine learning-based emulators that can reduce future uncertainties. Germany has excellent institutes in these areas like the ECMWF Bonn or the PIK in Potsdam that I'm excited to potentially work.
My research aims to tackle one of the most urgent social and environmental challenges today, the sustainable management of resources in cities. Urban areas are responsible for a significant amount of waste production and resource consumption, leading to environmental degradation and causing climate change. And that's where my PhD work comes in. In my research, I aim to develop a monitoring system that navigates local decision makers in the circular transition of cities.
I aim to address the critical issue of climate change by focusing on sustainable forest management, carbon sequestration, and biodiversity conservation. Forests play a vital role in mitigating greenhouse gas emissions and support resilient ecosystem.
The way companies trade resources with each other to then offer goods to the public is not sustainable. However, there are business models that support a sustainable economy. We need to understand better what makes them sustainable to then be able to implement them on a larger scale. And that's exactly what I want to do during my research.
If I could meet any German researcher, that would be Lisa Meitner, a trailblazer for women in science. Her journey of becoming first female physics professor and her resilience in male-dominant field inspired me in chemical engineering. I would love to learn from her insights of overcoming barriers and applying her pioneering spirit towards my journey of becoming professor in chemical engineering.
I would like to talk with Dr. Udete Biren. I'm interested in her work on developing new intercropping product, which would help increase the adoption of intercropping by European farmers. I believe her research has a great potential to make farming more sustainable and efficient.
I would like to have a conversation with Dr. George Sperber, a well-known scientist, a pioneer German forester, known for his innovative approaches to close-to-nature forestry.
I would love to talk to Maya Göpe, and I want to start with a quote of hers. Radical and naive are those who believe that in 10 years from now, our world can still look the same. She is not only one of the most influential sustainability researchers in Germany, but also the co-founder of Scientists for Future.
That's really overwhelming. Yeah, applause. Because I think all 20 awardees seem to be highly motivated, and they really know what they want to do, even to who they want to meet, for example, Maya Göpe. And it's really cool to talk to Maya Göpe. And therefore, I think it's a really good decision to pick that the jury picked you, these two awardees. And now we have the official ceremony. And I need somebody on my side, not only somebody, it's Mr. Müsner from BMBF. And you have the certificates. There are the certificates for the online awardees, and we do a little trip around the world online. So should we start now, or do you want to say you're ready? The nominees. Yeah, are you ready? Yeah, looks like. So then we start with the first, and it's Wuminasi Atakun from Benin. Congratulations.
Congratulations to you. May you raise your hand.
No?
So
Yeah, you!
I hope you can see your
Applause.
Looking forward to meet you in Germany in spring next year.
Can you turn on your microphone? Okay, we can't hear you. Okay, can we hear him? Okay, but do you hear us now? Can you say something, Mr. Atakun? No, but we see you. At least we see him. Yeah, so, yes, now we hear you. Very, very good. So, are you looking forward to meet the other awardees and to meet the German researchers?
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I'm very excited to meet you very soon at Germany. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your engagement and for your motivation. So congratulations. So this was the first awardee from the first green or digital green talent. We come to the next. We go to Colombia, to Juan Diego. Juan Diego? Oh, it's
here.
Hello.
You have it already, Juan. Excellent.
Very good.
I have a copy here. Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's an honor for me to receive this recognition, and I hope see you the next year. Thank you so much.
Great.
You're very welcome.
Great. We come to the next awardee, Pavan Chaubey from India. It's like a Eurovision Song Contest. Pavan Chaubey, probably I don't pronounce it right, and therefore,
Yeah,
right.
hello everyone.
Hello.
Truly honored to recognize
Hello.
as a part of this year Green Talent. I would like to thank the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research for this recognition. I look forward to working with you all and contribute more our shared vision for a sustainable future. Thanks once again. This is a wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pavan, and we are grateful that you applied in our competition. And we have to say thank you to all the applicants, even those that have not been selected, to take part in this competition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Great. So, Jibo Bobe Bashiru from Nigeria is the next awardee. Jibo Bobe Bashiru from Nigeria. Okay, it
We
takes
can't
some
see
time.
him, but I have at least his certificate, proof of certificates that he has been selected.
Yes, and he might see us, hopefully. But we have to wait a little bit. Yeah, it's a technical problem, not a social problem. Therefore, it's not a problem.
Not at all.
Great. Can we go to the whole
main screen,
full screen again? Oh no! Now it's dark. Hopefully you can hear us. Okay. So there you are again. Now we see you. So Jibo Bobe Bashiru from Nigeria. He's not with us at the moment. So we should,
We all trust that digitization can have an immense impact on sustainability, but we clearly can see that digitization is not fully mature, let's say,
Yeah.
and cannot compete with an in-person.
Yeah, there he is, I guess.
Bashirou.
Yeah?
Hello, welcome. That's your
Jibo
certificate. Can you see us?
Can you turn your microphone on, please? He might not
See us?
see us or listen.
Technical problems.
Yeah, but we see him
Okay.
at least.
So we should go on.
Yeah, then we should go on. So congratulations, Jibo Bobe Bashirou from Nigeria. Now we come to Georgia Douglas from Canada. Georgia?
Hello.
Oh, again. Hey. The one who can go to the beach every day after work.
Yeah.
I envy you a little bit.
Me too, because I know how nice it is. It's the west coast of Canada, and I hope. But you're used to rain at the west coast, so you will not have
it's rained
problems
every
in
day.
Frankfurt when it's raining in spring, I think.
Okay.
That's your certificate, Georgia.
Thank you so much.
We're happy to have you in Germany soon.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your engagement and everything. We're looking forward to meet you here. So we come to the next awardee. It's Judith Faut from Germany. Okay.
Hello. Hello,
Hello.
everyone.
Hey.
And, yeah,
That was a quick
greetings
appearance.
greetings from Cambridge in the UK. So I'm actually affiliated. I'm German. So hallo und guten Tag. But I'm affiliated to the University of Cambridge. And greetings from here. Hi, and thank you so much for the award. I feel really honored. Thank you.
Hello, Judith. Greetings to Cambridge, and I see you're well prepared. You have the same plant in the background that our trophy, let's say. All the nominees get this trophy later on, and it's obviously the same species you have in the background of your video. That's your certificate. I will hand you over soon. Thank you.
Perfect.
In
Thank you so
person.
much. Looking forward to that.
Great. Thank you very much and congratulations. Now we go back to Canada to Mashtaba Foru Sej.
It's Foru Sej,
It's Portuguese, isn't it?
Oh no, actually it's like Persian. I'm originally from Iran, but now I'm Canadian.
Okay. So congratulations to the award. Great, you have it with you.
We both have one, I see, obviously. Okay, congratulations to you.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. I would like to say a few words. Like, it's a great honor to receive this award, and I would like to thank the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, and also Digital GreenTalents Organizing Committee for supporting sustainability through such an impactful program. And a big thank you to the jury for giving me this incredible opportunity to connect with the leaders in Germany's sustainability community. And I'm excited to join this network, and I look forward to starting my research stay next year and meeting other awardees in the spring school. Thank you.
Great. That's very good. Teamwork again. So we go to Pakistan now. Muhammad Harun Rashid is the next awardee. Muhammad Harun Rashid from Pakistan.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, congratulations. You're also well prepared. Great. Oh, no, now you're good. Great.
First of all, I'm really thankful to the Green Digital Talent team, and I'm really thankful to the Federal Ministry of Education and Research. And at the last, I'm thankful to my department and University of Agriculture of Islamabad for supporting me. And hope I hope I will see you guys very soon in spring school.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Great.
And send best regards to your colleagues.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Great. Now our trip around the world stops in Malaysia with Jian Tiong Lim. I hope I pronounce it right. So
Hi.
Malaysia.
If you read your name on the screen, you know you're on stage.
And you should turn on your microphone.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, greeting from Singapore. Yeah. Thank you so much for the panel and German authority and this platform. Looking forward to join the research community there and hoping to see everyone there next year. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, greetings back to Singapore. Congratulations. The next awardee is Madhuri Paul from Germany.
Hallo.
Hallo.
Hi.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Ja, hallo Frau Paul.
Vielen Dank.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And I'm also very excited to meet everyone in Frankfurt and have a wine together.
Yeah, of course. And you will have a short travel when you're already in Germany. So
Yes.
let's say travel will not as exhausting as for other people like your colleague from Pakistan or from the west coast of Canada or Africa. So you have a slight advantage.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
You're more than welcome.
Thank you.
Great. The next awardee is Michel Pauwels from Belgium.
Hello,
Congratulations.
everyone.
Great to
Greetings
have
from
you
Belgium.
here.
Thank you very much for everyone who makes this program possible. And I'm really excited to meet everyone in the summer program, the spring program, and very excited about contributing to my research and towards a sustainable transition of German cities. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Michel. Welcome to have you in Germany. Quite often I was used to go to Belgium, to the European Commission, and it's nice to hear that somebody from Belgium comes to Germany. So you can even use public transport to come over to Frankfurt.
It takes some time, but it
2-3
might
hours.
not come, but
2-3
that's
hours.
okay.
Not too long.
That's okay.
Not too long.
So bring some Belgian beer to complement the wine.
Yeah.
Great. Congratulations. Okay, we have Lucia Probst now from Germany and Mexico. Is it right? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Lucia Probst, Mexico and Germany.
Hi, yes.
Yeah. Mexico and Germany. You have to explain.
Yes. I am originally from Mexico, but also my father is German, and I've been in Germany for the last 2 years. Now I'm studying my master's degree in Germany.
Great.
Welcome and buenas tardes from Germany. And we're looking forward to have you in Frankfurt. So where are you based? Where's your father from in Germany? Which city?
From the north, Hanover.
Hanover. Oh, yeah. It's not too far away. Yeah. Good.
So thank you for this incredible honor, and I'm looking forward to meeting you all in person and continuing this important work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Great. Now we go back to Pakistan, to Lala Rook. Lala Rook.
Thank you so much. Hi.
Congratulations. Great.
Thank you so much. It's a great honor, not just for me, but the place where I work in Galway, Ireland, and where I come from, Pakistan. And I'm also excited to meet all other green talents in Germany. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lala, and I'd like the opportunity to thank you and all of the other nominees for these excellent videos and first impressions we had from you, and we really loved it, and it gives a little bit spirit and a little bit more tangible experience to you than just reading CVs and diploma certificates. Thanks a lot to all of you.
That's right. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We have the next awardee. It's Dimagi Schambach from Brazil. It's quite a German name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. It is indeed
it's a German, is it?
name. Yes, yeah. So yeah, I have like part of my family that came from Germany like 300 years ago. So
okay, now you come back to Germany. That's great.
Yes, yes.
Take the opportunity.
Thank you very much. So to say a few words, thank you very much for this incredible honor. These awards represent not only my hard work, but also the dedication of everyone that has supported me over this journey. So it means my mentors, colleagues, and of course, my family and friends. They've been my pillar, guiding me through the challenge and celebrating also not only this, but also many achievements in my life. These awards is going to keep me motivated to keep looking for excellence and also to create accessible technologies. And so I'm gonna take this as an unforgettable moment. This means the words to me, and so thank you very much for this great opportunity.
Great, thank you.
And also have my certificate.
Obrigado, Dimagi, e parabéns ao certificado.
Oh,
muito obrigado,
wow,
muito obrigado.
Impressive, very
It's a great Portuguese.
Great. So good to have you here then, back in Germany. Pragya Singh from India is the next awardee.
Thank you. And
welcome.
Guten Tag. Guten Tag from India. And I'm deeply honored to receive this Green Talent Award, and I'm really excited to meet you there in Spring School.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Pragya.
You.
And
I have this.
Great.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
You can feel the joy of her, don't you? That's really great. So congratulations, and it's good to have you here as a talent. We come to Arbel Janif from Israel.
Hi. Hello,
great. Great preparation. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm very excited to take part in this ceremony. My computer didn't allow for a visual background, so you actually can all join me for this minute for the conference I'm in. It's the Annual Association of Electrical Engineers. And I would like to express my gratitude for the Federal Ministry of Education and Research and for FONA for this unique opportunity and for this award.
Right.
Thank you, Adele. And to you too, we're looking forward to have you here. As a matter of coincidence, the delegation of Israel was just with us, our division, 2 weeks ago, and all the best to you and your fellows. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Jibo Bube Bashiru from Nigeria. He's online now, so we can hand it over online to him, the certificate.
Let's see.
Jibo Bube Bashiru from Nigeria. Can you hear us now? Okay.
Yeah, I have his certificate at least.
Hello.
Hello, you can hear us now. Congratulations.
Yes. Thank you very much.
He has it anyway.
He has it already. So you have two, your own and the one from our side. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's Bashiru from Niger Republic, not Nigeria.
Yeah,
yes?
Indeed. We are well aware.
And how does it feel to be awarded?
I'm very excited. Yeah. Hello?
Yeah. Okay. We are excited too to have you, and I remember your statements in the video shots. Yeah.
Great. So I think the internet
is not
connection
too stable.
It's not too stable, but at least we could hear him and see him. Thank you very much. So congratulations. Now we have Salva Ruling Kashai, but he can't be with us, I guess, from Peru, Germany. So we just show it to all the other awardees. He's also with us.
So you
Salva
can't see,
Rulin
now
Kashai.
you can see his pictures,
Yes,
and
from
you will
Peru.
meet him in person during the spring school and during the stay in Germany.
So, congratulations. And now we have 3 awardees here with us in this room. First, we would like to have Pragya Badiga from India here on the stage. And should we get all 3 together?
Yeah, all
yes.
3 together
Sophia
would be
Botch
fine
from
for me.
Germany and Wai Ji Lim from Singapore. So if you might, come here with us. So,
Congratulations. That's your certificate. That's your thing. Welcome to have you here. And that's the award, so you also can see how the prize looks like in person. Pleasure to have you here. Oh, my new assistant.
Yes,
Thank you
yes,
very much.
my honor.
Sophia, herzlichen Glückwunsch. Und Ihr Preis. Thank you. Sorry that I tried to change over to German, but it's so easy to Sophia. But the official language, of course, will be English during the joint fertilization. And you, that's your certificate. Great to have you here in person already now. Pleasure to have you here, and thanks for your interest regarding this program. Thank you.
So, probably 2 words of the awardees here we have here on stage. So, what are you looking forward, which is the most exciting thing to be an awardee of the Digital Green Award?
So, the most exciting part I feel is to see as well as to experience firsthand the cutting-edge R&D here in Germany. I would like to thank the BMBF for this award, as well as this opportunity to see the cutting-edge research in Germany. Thank you.
Thank you. Sophia Botch from Kunststoffzentrum Würzburg. My question would be, how do you think, do you organize your awards day here? What do you aim for?
So at my research center, I do a lot of application-based research, and we have small projects where we have a very specific application that we focus on. And now during my research day, I plan to look at the theory behind it and to have a broader view on it. So I'm excited to get this different perspective and to have this interdisciplinary approach that has been mentioned before.
Great. All of you have applause again for Sophia Botch. And Pragya Badiga, we saw you also very impressive in the video, and you talked about your research interest. So how does it feel for you to be awarded?
Yeah, it's really good. It's a great milestone to my career, and I would like to thank the Federal Ministry of Education Research and also to all Digital Green Talent team to made it successful in person. And it's really exciting for me to join this program and to explore and to give my work in terms of the sustainability, reshape my work in the terms of sustainability, and to build a network with all the participants.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to add to that, thanks, of course, to the Federal Ministry and the jury for the trust and this opportunity, also to everyone who has supported me, and I know they're watching, to my family and my research institute I'm working at right now. But most importantly, to everyone here and all the other awardees, because the climate crisis can be daunting by itself, even without recent events. But the antidote to despair is action, and I'm so grateful for everyone who keeps acting and who keeps giving me, and I hope everyone else here, hope as well. So thank you to everyone, I guess.
Yeah. You give us hope. Thank you very much. And I really liked your claim for teamwork in the video. I think it's so important to do knowledge exchange also, and to work together. and interdisciplinary. So thank you very much. Applause again. And probably we could, all the awardees could wave together. Yeah, probably we can, okay, here. So then we have a good photograph in the end. Can you wave, please? Here.
This direction, indeed.
Yes, 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 great.
Yeah, the first group picture of all of us, yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. When does it start, the research stay here?
Let's say it depends a little bit. The research stays, it will take a little while before everybody can come to Germany, but the preparation of it starts immediately after this event. All of you will be in contact with your liaison officer, I call it, from the project management agency, and they will discuss with you and look for opportunities, what would be the right institutes, the right organizations, and the right people to talk to in Germany. And of course, please feel free to express your wishes, and we try our very best together with our project management colleagues to find the right place to create added value for you and your career and your personal development. That's the most important thing. And to give opportunity to create new and professional, intercultural and interdisciplinary, we have heard a lot about it, networks for the future. Yeah.
Great. So applause again for all the awardees. So, thank you very much.
Ja, wir können ein Foto hier.
We can also go.
Just advise us where to stand, where to sit.
Stand, genau.
Join here in the middle. Come over. Yeah.
Yeah, probably here. Mm-hmm.
Stay with us. Please stay. No.
Please stay with us. You're also an awardee.
Please. I like to introduce to you a very important alumni of this program who made an excellent career, was one of our panelists just a few minutes ago, and she started. In what year did you enter the GreenTalents Award?
2010.
2010, and one expectation, a hope we have as BMBF is that every new generation of awardees or nominees of GreenTalents, Digital GreenTalents, will contribute actively to the alumni network and exchange with them. So we have new nominees now on the stage and an experience on the stage. Please join us for the picture.
Great. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Dankeschön.
So I would like to sum up this award ceremony with also some words about the conference also. You mentioned the panel discussion with the experience awardee, and as I mentioned, she said, it's very useful to be a digital green talent because she learned to be disciplinary and to learn, to get to know other researchers in the field of sustainability. So what do you think? What do these new awardees expect now?
I guess everybody can expect, hopefully, a boost to his or her career. And it's quite independent if it will be a career in science in the very end, or it will be a career in business, or in civil society, or an NGO. The most important thing is that you keep being motivated to achieve the largest goal towards sustainability and to be a brick in a wall of new ideas and new open-minded people that have relevant positions maybe in the near or far future in your country, in your region. You all know this famous saying, think globally, act locally. I like to devise it a little bit. Don't act only locally, act jointly. And that's what we expect, that you all together act jointly for a certain period of time and create added value for your ideas, what you have in mind, with new insights and inspiring ideas with colleagues that are also convinced that the road to sustainability is worth the efforts.
At the panel discussion, there was one thing also, it's important to bring theory into practice. So I also mentioned knowledge exchange is really important to get the skilled workers into work, actually. What is your advice?
My advice is to think out of the box in your self-understanding. If you define yourself as a scientist and you're curiosity-driven, that's important, that's good. But we should always, as scientists, right from the start, think about what could be the impact or the effect on sustainability on what we are doing. What could be the product or the solution I like to offer to society? Because in the very end, all of you said thank you for BMBF funding. But from our understanding, it's not BMBF money, it's the society's taxpayers' money, let's say, that we're investing here. And that's why as BMBF, we always think research in a way to pay back to society, to have an impact in society, make life better for people. And that's why bridging knowledge and science to application, to products, to value chains and markets is always in the back of our minds, whatever we are funding as BMBF. And be brave. We are looking for brave people and ambitious people.
Yeah, be brave, that's good. And talk about the impact, not only about what you are doing in detail. So that was a really wonderful award ceremony, because it was really like a trip around the world with so motivated young scientists and people. It was really wonderful to get to know you, at least online. And we had a wonderful, inspiring conference yesterday and today. And I learned a lot of details and was really overwhelmed by the status of the 14 projects you're funding. So what was surprising for you?
Surprising. Let's say when I go to conferences like this, or status conferences or funding lines, there's always some surprising. It's very seldom that I go to a conference and, oh, that's boring. I've read or heard about it all before. No, I really had the impression regarding the Digital GreenTech initiative that there were really very promising preliminary results. And that's why I stressed so much, okay, if you went so far, go the final step towards implementation. And I'm really still convinced that digitization has so much to offer for sustainability. It's a long way to go, but we have to go the first step or the second or the third step together. And I guess with the GreenTech initiative, the funding project, as well as with our nominees for the award, we are on the right track, let's say.
That's good, we are on the right track. So it was really a well-organized conference, and I think we should thank some people who organized it.
Indeed, I like to thank... clapping hands.
Applause.
It's important not to forget to clap hands. Unfortunately, not all of our nominees could participate virtually in the whole conference the last days. Even so, to wrap it up a little bit, the ceremony as well as the last 2 days, I like to thank several people and several groups and organizations that helped to make the ceremony, hopefully for you, virtually as well, a success and to make the last 2 days a success. First and foremost, I like to thank all the participants, all the researchers, all the project coordinators that presented their results in a concise and very understandable way in the last 2 days. It's very important to have your engagement, your heart close to the projects, and that's very important and inspiring for us to see how engaged you finally are with your projects. And I like to thank all the participants of the GreenTech that work on the projects and those that have presented here. So maybe we could give them a clapping hand as well.
Yeah, the poster sessions are really great because the discussions around their projects, they were really very open.
Yeah. Secondly, as some of you might imagine, a conference, even if it's just 2.5 days, as well as a ceremony with a particular challenge to have a hybrid ceremony with virtual participants and participants here on stage. It's not easy to organize, I have to say, and from BMBF side, we are very, very grateful to have such excellent partners like the German Information Society and our project management agencies that worked very closely together regarding the organization and the running of this conference, as well as the award ceremony, as well as the jury meetings and organizing everything what looks so easy and nice when you look from abroad, but it's a lot of work. So thank you very much. A big applause, clapping hands for the project management agencies and the colleagues that are here, and the German Information Society, our main partner here in this endeavor.
Okay.
Last but not least, I like, of course, to thank Mrs. Fissmann for the excellent moderation here during these 2 days. Without you, we would have less fun, that's for sure, and you triggered and fostered very lively presentations.
That's what I'm there for. Thank you very much. It was an honor. And I learned so much. Thank you very much. And thank you.
No, it's my job.
Yes, it's your job, but thank you for your job, and that you did your job.
So, as I'm a research bureaucrat working in the ministry, it's my job to formally close now the ceremony. It was great to have some faces in front of us, and even if you don't like wine or water, I guess we have some beers in Frankfurt when we meet in person. Please stay well, healthy, all your families, and have a safe trip to Germany next year, or a safe trip back home in Germany if you're here in Berlin. And all the best. Hope to see you soon.
Bye-bye.